Hello everyone, and good evening! Sorry for the slight delay as I made sure to get everything all caught up. How is everyone doing this week? I hope everyone's doing well. I know it's kind of later in the evening for most of this country, but I appreciate everyone who's here to lurk, to watch, to engage, and of course anybody who comes to watch the VOD later. Alrighty, so today we are playing Anamnesia, Part 1, Am I My Body? Let's do this really fast. So I should warn you that this has mature content, so potentially some strong language, maybe some references to SA and self-harming bits and pieces. Hopefully it's not too bad. So this is a sci-fi mystery visual novel, and don't want to get too far into reading descriptions because I figure why not just go ahead and play. I'm going to turn the stream background down a little bit. Hopefully that's all right. And make sure you can hear something of the game music. Hopefully that's good. Would be a shame if we forgot about each other, don't you think? Excuse me, do you mind if I sit here? Anyone could do something as simple as that. Is this seat taken? Sometimes I feel like I'm wasting the life I was given. May I sit here? But sometimes the words that were said matter less than the feelings attached to them. Okay. Nobody is sitting here, right? Can you promise to always remember me, no matter what? These words, they rush through my head, from one side to the other, bouncing back and forth, overlapping endlessly, until the cacophony? Wow. Until the cacophony is drowned out by my waking mind ringing for air. Still feeling like I'm floating, drifting in and out of this semi-lucid state. I want nothing more than to fall back asleep. Wash away the scenes that just played out in my head. Replace them with something meaningless and random. Something that doesn't remind me of her. Ooh, who is her? Deep down, in the back of my head, there's another, much quieter voice, barely audible. A subconscious whisper that hardly even qualifies as a voice at all. A sound that stands above all the others. Nope, above all others. A sound that stands above all others, that thinks about my thoughts, questions, doubts, and worries about them. It's so quiet that I only ever perceive it as being there when I deliberately try to stop thinking. When I struggle with falling asleep at night because every single piece of noise, both ex and internal, keeps me awake. This was me last night. I was physically and mentally just so tired, chat. But for the life of me, I could not fall asleep. It was just everything. Just everything ever. It was crazy. I hated it. So I'm pretty exhausted, but that's okay. Tonight I should be able to sleep really well, right? Then this is the only layer of thoughts that always remains. No matter how many of them I shut off, it's always there, always here. Ah. Yeah. And it's here now. Sorry? And it's here now, telling me it's futile, telling me that no amount of sleep will ever help me forget. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. As long as her words linger so vividly in my mind, they will always come back to haunt me, and I only have myself to blame. Her image won't fade until I decide to let it, to take it down and burn it to ashes, and I'm awake. My head is throbbing with pain. How much did I drink last night? Eh? A hotel room with 3 beds, huh? Oh wait, is this a... Maybe. Okay. Every bed looks marginally maybe slept in. This one has 5, 4, and then 3 pillows. This would be me. I'd need that and a great big body pillow. Oh. I finally decide to sit up and open my eyes, finding myself in a completely unfamiliar room. Apparently I am playing as Adrian. Where the hell? I get up unusually quickly, which I instantly regret when the dizziness almost knocks me back down. Ooh, yeah. I take a short moment to focus and finally look at the unfamiliar room in front of me. 3 beds, 1 now empty, a woman in each of the other 2. Can't recall having ever seen either of them. Ooh. I think. Should I? I try to remember what I've been up to last night, but my brain just doesn't want to cooperate at all. How the hell did I get here? I notice 2 doors at the other end of the room and slowly make my way towards them. I open the one that leads ahead. A bathroom. Once again, I don't recognize this room at all. There's like sandals and everything. I want a fancy toilet, chat. Oh, is this like a wet bathroom, right? Interesting. I walk towards the sink to splash some water on my face. Ooh. Oh, those are my eyes right now. So EP. Looking up, my reflection stares back at me. It looks like shit. Woof. I look like shit. Tired as always. But then again, do I really look like someone who drank himself into forgetting how he got here in the first place? I don't know. Let me... Hold on just a sec. Okay. Yeah, my head's a pain. I'm so nauseous I can barely stand, but that's just how it is sometimes. I don't know. Something's off. 2, 2, 3, 6. I don't tend to wear a lot of clothing with logos and emblems or things like that. So I noticed that. I wonder if the other people will have that. I don't know. Something's off. I check out the door next to the bathroom. Ooh. Look at that. Plants in a kitchen. I don't know. I've got like the touch of death when it comes to plants. A kitchen, absolutely spotless. I could eat off the floor. Definitely doesn't look like anyone has been partying here last night. I'm sure of it. But then what happened? What is this place? I try my best to focus and take another look around the room. Is there anything, oh no, that could give me any sort of hint? Can I? Okay, no. None of these rooms had any windows. Is this underground? Wait, where is the exit anyway? That's a great question that I'm surprised we're just asking now. Also, what is this? Is this like a coffee maker of some sort? This kitchen is missing a rice maker. There's another door leading left from the kitchen. Really? Eh? That's a fridge. Okay. I enter the room that lies beyond it. Ooh, the spooky music, chat. It's making me more nervous than just, ooh, I like it. Before I can even process what kind of room I find myself in, my entire attention is directed towards the door on the other side of it. Yeah, we've got this handprint scanner. This is a cool office, though. Look at it. Wow. A strange metal door that looks completely different from the rest. Is this the way outside? My mind clears up. Without even thinking about it, I rush towards that door and place my hand on the weird scanner thing in the center of it. Oh, whoa, it actually did it. Oh, it opens up and reveals... What the? What? I'm not sure what it revealed, but it's sure as hell not outside. Well, I mean... ATA. I'm gonna try to remember that for later. ATA. I simply stand still, dumbfounded, until... Evelyn? Excuse me? A gentle voice rings out behind me, so gentle, yet sending shivers down my spine the moment it reaches my ears. My dude is creeped out. Looks like I'm not granted any more time to sort out the situation I found myself in. Not like I could do so either way. I turn around. Ooh. Evelyn. Where am I? I don't know. I find myself in front of a beautiful young woman. She's one of the two I saw lying in the remaining beds. Unlike myself, she doesn't look like she just got up at all, but she did. Some people are just blessed like that, huh? Wouldn't be me, chat, that's for sure. I see. Behind her lies a wall adorned by 3 doors. I entered this hall through the one on the left, and it looks like she used the one in the middle. Does that mean... How? If y'all went the same... Interesting. Without saying another word, I walk right past her and open said door. Sure enough, I find myself back in the room I first woke up in. Seems I just didn't notice this door. What are you two? Oh, there's someone else in here? It seems like she didn't even notice that another woman was still sleeping here. I shrug. The stranger walks up to the other stranger and softly shakes her. Oh, what is it? Wait! After a few seconds of drowsily rubbing her eyes, she abruptly jumps from her bed. Who the fuck are you? What do you want from me? What is this place? Ooh. What is she getting so worked up over? Or is this the kind of reaction one is expected to have in a situation like this? We aren't exactly sure about that either. I'm sorry to say this, but we only just woke ourselves woke up ourselves. Crimson Bunny. Hi, Crimson Bunny. Thank you for stopping by. She points towards the unmade beds. Oh, and my name is Evelyn. Evelyn, why do I feel like I already knew that? Alright, great. And you? She stares daggers at me. Adrian. She turns away and starts to look around. What about you? What about you, if I may ask? She hesitates briefly, then replies without even turning towards us. Valerie. Once again, it doesn't feel like a new piece of info to me. Did I lose part of my memory after all? Did we all? If so, how? I assume booze is still out of the question. Did someone make us forget? Is that someone the same person who is to blame for us being here? Who brought us here? So, neither of you knows where we are, really? Yes, that is correct. We just woke up here, just like you. Does that lead outside? Her eyes glance past us, straight at the metal door. Outside might not convey it properly. What's that supposed to mean? I feel it's best if you see for yourself. You probably wouldn't truly believe it otherwise. She moves past us and places her hand on the door. We watch it open once more. Honestly, I still can't believe this is really happening. Judging from the fact that this is the first time that Valerie is not bombarding us with questions since she woke up, she probably feels similarly. Yeah. For a moment, we all just stand there, studying the gray, barren walls around us. Well, at least that's what I do. I have no idea what the two of them are thinking. I mean, I'm not fully sure what I'm thinking either, so... Well, honestly, I'm just waiting for one of them to make a move or to say something. Anything. Then, after a while, Valerie continues stepping forward. She carefully approaches the large door on the other side of the hall, but much more than the door itself, she's wondering about the letters next to it. Yeah, ATA. ATA, is that... She falls silent. Is that what? Does she have an idea of what this place might be? Is this supposed to be some kind of prank? Come on, stop acting like you don't know anything. I'm sorry, but I really don't know what you are talking about. Do you know what those letters refer to, perhaps? Have you been living under some kind of rock? Who the fuck doesn't know what that means? Do you seriously expect me to believe that? She wasn't even addressing me, but it made me wonder. Have I been living under some kind of rock? Should I know what those letters stand for? See, I'm glad I noticed them. And what's wrong with you, quiet boy? Just gonna stand there and wait until I leave? I don't know what those letters mean either, sorry. That wasn't even the question, damn it! I have no idea what your deal is, but leave me out of it, will you? Don't expect anything from me unless you decide to spill, alright? Girl, I literally know nothing. I literally know nothing like you. Nothing. With that, she storms off towards the bedroom. Wait a second, please! Evelyn goes after her and the door closes behind them. So, we haven't touched this door, right? Blue, blue, red. Excuse me. Should I follow them? Well, let's be real. Even if I did, what could I realistically do to help? It makes sense that she doesn't trust two random strangers in a situation like this. I'm not even sure why I do. She's probably just panicking right now, and I really don't know what I could say to calm her down. Whatever. I'll let Evelyn try to handle it. She seems much more proficient at this social interaction thing anyway. Not that that's all that much of an accomplishment. I think about what I could be doing in the meantime. Yeah, exactly. I guess I could check the remaining door, the one on the right. Exactly, let's do it. Unlike the other two, the scanner on this one is red. Yep. I place my hand on it anyway, and surprise, nothing happens. Guess red just means it's locked. Ah, darn. Well, that's good to know at least. Should suffice to map out the area I've seen so far. We've got this hall. The door to the left leads to some kind of living room or whatever. That leads to a kitchen, which is connected to a bedroom, which can also be reached through the door in the middle. And the bedroom leads to the bathroom as well. That just leaves this door on the right, which leads to some kind of mystery location. Yeah. And the large one over there. Looks like an elevator. Maybe. ATA. Before I can come to any earth-shattering realizations about that, though, I notice that Evelyn has already returned. She locked herself in the bathroom and doesn't reply to anything I'm saying. I suppose we don't have any other choice but to let her be for now. Panicking and distrusting strangers in a situation like this is only natural. I'm sure she will calm down eventually. Yeah, probably. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I thought just a moment ago. She took the words right out of my mouth and left me with nothing more to add. I'm sorry. I assume you don't really feel like talking? Oh, no, it's fine. I'm just not very used to, well, being in a situation like this. You mean being kidnapped? Oh no, just having conversations in general. Alright, I understand. It's not like something like this happens every day, after all. I mean, yeah? It sure doesn't. The conversation thing, I mean. Okay, sorry. I know, one joke. But seriously though, what am I supposed to say right now? I don't know. I don't know. There's not much of anything we can do, right? The remaining doors, alright, 2 of them, won't budge, and I'm pretty sure we won't be able to just bypass them somehow. So if that's the case, what could we even talk about? I don't think the atmosphere calls for small talk. Not that I'd be very good at that anyway. Yeah. Should I ask her how she feels about this situation? But I mean, isn't that obvious? How would someone feel about waking up in some strange facility? Oh yeah, I love being here. It's like super fun mystery, duh. So really, what's left? Words are hard. So really, what's left to discuss? Out of nowhere, as if to hand me a topic to talk about, some sort of noise appears at the other end of the hall. I turn around and realize that Evelyn has already made her way over to the huge door while I was busy with thinking. Anyway, I run over to her. What's that sound? Did you do something? I don't believe I did. I was simply looking around when it suddenly started. I listen closely. It seems to be coming from behind the door, moving upwards. Just as I came to that conclusion, I began to see something, no, someone, emerge behind the glass pane. Another stranger, facing away from us right towards a wall. After a while, the platform he is standing on comes to a halt and he begins to speak. His monotonous voice is played back through some speakers, seemingly hidden within the walls of this hall. Woo. Whoa! Creepy dude is creepy! Whoa. Right, chat?
Good morning. I hope I've given each of you enough time to wake up and get yourself accustomed to your whereabouts.
Eminem, is that you? It's the real Slim Shady right there.
Either way, I guess introduce...
Xander. Hello, Xander and Cadmia.
Either way, I guess introductions are in order. Sadly, I am not able to give you my proper name. For now, it will have to remain as an empty variable, null, if you will. One thing that I can tell you about myself is the following. Yes, I am the one behind all this.
Xander Fritz. Hello, finally managed to make a stream. Hello, Xander. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you managed to come today.
I have trapped each of you in this facility in order to have you participate in an experiment of mine. You don't need to know the details behind it, the purpose of you being here. Instead, simply think of it as a fun little game I have prepared for you.
Dude, but I don't want to play your fun little game, do I? Like, the details are important. Really, they are.
The truth game. The truth of what, you may wonder? Well, for that I will first need to tell you about all the participants in this experiment.
What appears to be a map suddenly engulfs my view. Augmented reality.
This facility is split into 3 halls. Within each of them, a team of 3 participants resides. Two of these are so-called answer teams. The one to my right is Answer Team A, or for short, ATA. The other one is Answer Team B. You guessed it, ATB. The remaining people reside in the hall to my left. They are the so-called Question Team. You will need to learn as much as you can about the singular person that will never leave this hall, that neither the Answer Team will get the chance to meet for the duration of this game. But that person isn't the only member of the Question Team, of course. There are 2 more, which will be continuously switching between the area of the QT and the area of 1 AT each. You can think of the entire game as being split into multiple rounds that last 3 hours each. The first 90 minutes of each round are when the ATs will be visited. After that, the QT will reunite for the remaining 90 minutes. That way you will have enough time to ask whatever questions you might have about the secret final participant. Meanwhile, the QT itself will get the opportunity to gather information in the first place. Simple, right? Oh, platform, not an elevator, platform. Got you. You will need to cooperate in order to come as close to the truth as possible. If you ever want to leave this place, that is. All right, I will leave it at that for the time being. We can discuss further details another time. For now, please prepare for your visitor, who will make their way over to you shortly. Good luck.
The sound of what seems to be an elevator returns, and with that, the mastermind sinks back into the ground. For a while, we just stand there, stunned. There's so much to process about what we've just heard and seen. I don't even know where to begin. Right? Like, what? 3 halls, 3 teams, all of the same size. A secret participant that we need to learn the truth about. What for? I can't figure any of this out. And then there are some minor things like... I wonder what kind of person will join us. Evelyn interrupts my train of thought. Yeah, rude. I guess we'll find out soon enough. No point in overthinking a question that will be answered shortly. Whoever they are, they'll stay here for 90 minutes, right? I wonder how long this whole thing is supposed to last. How long we're supposed to stay here? I mean, assuming we're going to get out of this alive in the first place. Oh, don't worry about that. If the person behind this wanted to kill us, I'm sure he wouldn't have left us with a kitchen, a bathroom, well, everything we needed to survive. Don't you agree? I don't know whether she seriously believes her own words, or if she just wants to keep me from getting even more depressed. Obviously, that guy, Null, didn't want us to die right off the bat. He asked us to play along with his stupid game after all. Of course, we would be provided with everything we needed to survive for the duration of that at least. But that doesn't mean he actually plans to let us out of here by the end of it. Either way, I realize I've been quiet for far too long once more. I decide to fake a relieved smile and reply, "You're right." She seems glad about my response. I can't tell whether she is naive, kind, or both. Answer Team A. So how does Valerie know? What does she know? Has she been in here? No. So much to figure out. I turn back around. At that moment, a sound arises from behind the door. Oh, that must be the person from that other team. We quickly take a few steps back and watch the door as it opens. Oh. Dude is looking... Dude looks rougher than I do right now. Not gonna lie. Sorry, dude. A middle-aged man enters, casting his eyes about the hall to take in its features, or lack thereof. His name is Oliver. Surprise, this place looks just like the one I came from. Oh, hey, hi. Just the two of you? Aren't there supposed to be 3 folks per team? Our last member is currently hiding away in the bathroom. Well, she seems to be in a severe state of panic. Oh, I see. Well, I can't blame her. This whole thing is rather crazy. Oliver's the name, by the way. How about you? Adrian? My name is Evelyn. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Well, I'm glad to meet the two of you. At least as glad as one can be in a situation like this. You can stop being so formal, though. I'm not that old. You're right. I'm sorry. I will try. Anyway, They both turned to look at me. Great. Well, then why'd you say anything, main character Adrian? Our goal is to learn about one of the people on your team, right? Can you tell us about whoever that is? Ha ha ha. Cutting right to the chase, eh? If I didn't ask, Evelyn surely would have done so in my stead. I need to... Well, I guess we do have a time limit, don't we? But still, doesn't feel like it'd make much sense to discuss this without the whole group present. He's right, of course. I mean, she's hiding in the bathroom, bro. What are we supposed to do? So then, what would you suggest we do now? Good question. Guess we can't really make any progress until we get the chance to properly talk this through, huh? In that case, I suppose we should try talking to her again. Maybe updating her on what we've learned in the meantime will help. Are you sure you think that will help her calm down? Yeah, so hey, we're trapped in here and we have 3 hours to figure out stuff I can't remember. Oh, is this a save thing? Let's do a save thing. Can I go to a log? Oh, okay, cool. Okay. You have to pay a truth cape. I'll need to tell you 2 of the games are the answer teams. Answer team A, our team. Answer team B, the other team. And the question team. Learn as much as you can about the singular person that will never leave the hall. That neither answer team will get the chance to meet for the duration of this game. Sounds like a plan. Alright. Need any assistance with that? I don't think that will be necessary. I feel like all of us talking to her at once would only lead to stressing her out even further. Why don't the 2 of you sit down in the kitchen in the meantime? I will join you once I'm done. Hopefully not on my own. Of course, another one-on-one combo is just what I needed. Alright, sure. In that case, best of luck. I will do my best. Oliver gives me a slight push through the door, and I make my way through the bedroom with him and Evelyn following behind me. Shortly after I entered the kitchen, I still hear Evelyn knocking on the bathroom door before Oliver closes the door behind us. Meanwhile, I'm already busy with looking around the room. Last time I was under the assumption that this whole situation might just be the aftermath of some party. Now I know for sure that isn't the case. Ooh. There are 4 chairs, 2 stools, 4 bowls, multiple plates. If we're only supposed to be here 3 hours. Anyway, compared to that rundown hall we were just in, this looks way too welcoming. Clean, warm. I don't know, it's almost eerie. The question is, how is such an extreme contrast in appearance possible? Well, I have my suspicions. In order to confirm those, I walk towards the wall of plants. Ooh, we're gonna investigate. I stretch out my hands to grab one of the large leaves. I can feel the texture of the greenery on my skin, a slight resistance of a physical object when trying to move past it. The further I move my hand, the further the plant is moved, until it can't resist anymore and it phases right through my palm, back into its original position. Wait, what? 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 The further I move my hand, the further the plant is moved until it can't resist anymore and phases right through my palm, back into its original position. I knew it. What? You knew what? What are you doing? I turn around and notice that he has already sat down at the table and most likely watched how I played around with a bunch of leaves like some kind of idiot. I mean, the plant just phased through my damn hand. I wouldn't say I'm an idiot. Oh, nothing. Was just wondering about something. I sit down across from him and wait. Neither of us say anything. I honestly thought he would be more of the talkative type, but after all the commotion so far, I'm just glad to catch a short break. Maybe he sensed that. Well then, I could at least use this occasion to gather my thoughts. Think about what I know that could help me figure out how we all got here. Just 1 second, chat. Alrighty, chat, sorry about that. Had to let my cat inside. How we all got here. Wait, what? Wait, I haven't even checked my Neuralink yet. Excuse me? Mwah, no connection. I tried connecting it to the net right away, but no dice. Figures. But wait, what about my log? Why can't I access it? Huh? My local storage has been wiped completely. Who would do something like that? And how? We have brain chips. Or a chip. A brain chip. At least one. What? What? Okay. My head hurts. My head hurts just thinking about it. All of those entries gone. Just like that. Oh no! I stored all of those memories for years upon years. For what? Oh. Fuck it. This isn't the time to wallow in self-pity. Point is, I got a clean log. Starting with me waking up earlier today and having Evelyn approach me. And I just said today, but now that I check for it, my clock and calendar stopped working as well? What? Eh? They only show the date of December 31st, 9999, with the time stuck at midnight, not progressing any further. I have no idea what time of day it is, and since I can't even remember anything about how we got here, I'm not sure what day it was before all this started either. Wow, okay. Hey, I decided to finally speak up. Maybe Oliver remembers more than I do. Do you have any idea why we're here? I barely remember what happened last night at all. Can you recall what you did before all this? Oof, that's a tough one. To be honest, my memories are kind of jumbled up too. I know I was planning to visit a Neuralink center, the one in A3. I think going there is the last thing I can recall, but can't really tell where the cutoff is, you know? I see. At least it's not just me whose memories are messed up then. I mean, I think it's probably most of us? But Valerie seemed to just... I don't know... A3's Neuralink Center. That's the one her father works at, huh? Do you remember what day that was? The 20th of August, Friday, yeah. That does roughly line up with the things I can still recall. Wait, I just realized, isn't he wearing a wristwatch? Does your watch still work? Huh? Oh, this. Sadly, not a watch. At least not by my standards. I woke up with it. Eh? He holds out his arm to show the screen of the quote-unquote watch to me. It simply shows the number 79. 79. Oh, it's a countdown. Tells me how much longer I have to stay here before I can go back to my team. Ah. Oh, I guess that sounded kind of rude. It's not like being here is any worse than over in the other hall. I would prefer a timer to show me when I can finally go home. Ha 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 ha. Roughly 10 minutes have passed then. Yeah, makes sense. Damn, none of this brings me any closer towards clearing up why the hell this has happened to us. Why were we abducted? Why are we split up in a bunch of teams to play a quote-unquote game? Why is our goal to figure out who the third member of the question team is? I can't figure it out. None of it. But then again, I'm still waiting to hear anything about that person in the first place. That being any sort of clue is my last hope for now. Ah. As if for the sole purpose of ending that wait, the bedroom door swings open. Woo! Yeah, look at that! Evelyn and Valerie, let's go! Through it, Evelyn enters with Valerie reluctantly following her. Ah, there you are. Valerie, right? Name's Oliver. Huh? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm caught up on everything that's happened, so let's get to it. Who's in the question team besides you? Haha, sure. Haha, yeah, I'm sure you're all eager to find out. Come on, sit down, you two. Evelyn takes a seat next to his, but Valerie just leans against the wall next to the plants. I'm fine. All right, if you say so. I think it's best if I just tell you about our first interactions over in the other hall. Honestly, I might have hyped this up a bit too much. Please keep your expectations in check. We barely had any time to prepare for this, so there's not even that much I could tell you so far. And beyond that, well, I'll start from the beginning. When I woke up, confused about where the heck I had ended up, I first noticed a man in a lab coat who was eagerly studying his surroundings. I asked him who he was and where we were. He didn't know any more than I did, just woke up too. His name was Nathan. Well, still is, I suppose. Anyway, he's the guy that went over to the other answer team. We quickly decided to check the remaining bed and wake up whoever was still asleep. Well, there she was, the secret participant, a young woman, probably around your age. He looks at Evelyn. She was breathing peacefully, completely oblivious to her situation. Long, wavy blonde hair, eyes were green? Sorry, I'll check. Anyway, a pretty thing she was, definitely. Though I guess it's not a thing I should say at my age, ha ha ha. Well, I didn't think much of it and was about to wake her up when Nathan, standing next to me, froze up for a second. Going all, it can't be, it can't be. He dashed towards her and shook her body, shouting her name. Amelia! Amelia, is that you? My body froze the second that name left his tongue. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. It must be. I know it must be. It wouldn't even make sense if it wasn't. Hey, at the beginning, there was a girl Adrian's trying to forget. And, couldn't get her out of his mind. I wonder if it's her. But when everything fits so well, it's hard to convince my heart to feel the same. So, long story short, she did indeed confirm their name's Amelia, but it seems she doesn't remember any more than that. From what I can tell so far, we all seem to be struggling with our recent memory. Can all of you confirm that? Yes, that is true, actually. I nod. He looks over at Valerie, who seems to be completely spaced out, then sighs and continues. Yeah, so it seems it hit her even harder than the rest of us. She barely remembers anything at all, even when it comes to herself as a person. That's what I meant earlier. That's the other reason for why I can't really tell you all that much yet. We'll have to hope it's a temporary, of course, and that it will all come back to her eventually. We just sit there for a moment, stunned and unsure how to advance. Then the person I least expected it from speaks up. But what about that Nathan dude? Didn't he seem to know her? Did he say anything else? Yeah, of course. As I said, we didn't have enough time to get into much detail yet. But from what he told me, the girl's apparently the daughter of one of his higher-ups. Now, that would be fine and all. Might have been enough to explain his reaction towards finding her. That wasn't the actual reason, though. The truly strange part is what he told us afterwards. Apparently, she went missing roughly 2 years ago. The moment those words leave his tongue, my world fades to black. What? This can't be right. This doesn't make sense. It's really her? No, it can't be. This has to be some kind of misunderstanding. She is still alive? How? Where the hell has she been all this time? Was she kept down here all along? Did that null guy perform some kind of twisted experiments on her? Is that why she lost her memories? Fuck, I was so sure she was dead. Unlike Sophie, I never expected her to return. I was fully convinced that I'd never get to see her again. Have to see her again. Have to see her again? What on earth? Even now, will she even remember me? It's not like we ever knew each other all that well, right? Maybe it's better this way. Maybe I wouldn't want her to remember. Adrian? Oh fuck, I totally forgot I'm here too. I've been silent for way too long. I need to calm down. Breathe in, breathe out. What was the question again? I should just check the log. Me? So I haven't really looked around either, huh? Yet either, huh? Eh? Evelyn. Whoa! A lot happened when I blacked out. Okay. Valerie, what the fuck are you talking about? How can you just say something like that with a straight face? Come on, Valerie, please calm down. I'm sure... I know it sounds absurd, but... that's just what Nathan told me, and he sure didn't seem like he was just made that up. The way he looked at her shook her. I doubt he could have faked that. Why would he anyway? What on earth? What on earth? I don't know. God damn it. This is way too much. What? What? I understand how you feel, but You don't, but it's fine. I'm sorry. You want some time to yourself? Think things through and all. I guess so. Wait a minute. Oops, sorry. I guess so. No, wait a minute. You can stay here. Just sit down. I wanted to look around a bit anyway. Didn't really get a chance yet over my group. Would that be alright with all of you? Of course. I have not yet properly examined anything either. I think the same is true for you. Adrian? Adrian? What on earth? What? I like that it records stuff even when I'm blacked out, but that's so weird. So I haven't really looked around either yet, huh? Yeah. Good job. What an amazing performance. Definitely worth the uncomfortably long pause. Alright then. I'll come over at some point. Probably. Okay? Of course. Take your time. Yeah, sure. Take all the time in the world. We're in no rush or anything, right? I mean, we are? We were only given... we were only given 3 hours. So... I don't know what happens if we don't do things in those 3 hours. And honestly, I'm not sure if I want to find out if it's something bad or not. But, okay. Evelyn and Oliver make their way towards the room I only briefly dashed through when I originally looked around. I follow after them. Last time I was here, I only paid attention to the strange metal door, true, but like I had guessed, it really is a living room. Oh, it's a living room. Office-y looking living room thing. Okay. We got books and this cool sofa that has like built-in shelving. Anyway, I didn't even notice the massive sofa occupying half the room when I first ran through here. The others are already busy with searching for clues or anything else that might help us, so I decide to wordlessly make my way over to the desk and look through the drawers. Yeah, exactly, let's go through all the drawers! Nothing. Wow. Expecting similar results, I continued with the filing cabinet, but this one doesn't even open up in the first place. Not sure whether that's better or worse. Can we find the key somewhere? God, this feels like a waste of time. Should have been obvious that Null wouldn't leave anything actually useful behind. I let out a sigh and turn around towards the sofa, where Evelyn is currently focused on checking the books above. But my eyes don't remain there for long, when they notice an object that stands out like a sore thumb among all the others. The guitar? Yeah, the guitar! An acoustic guitar! Standing back there, right in the corner behind the door, as if to personally mock me. Did Null put that here on purpose? First Amelia, and now this. It's like... Is everything alright? Evelyn has gotten down from the sofa. Is she talking to me? Did she notice how I glared at the guitar? Yeah, I was just kind of focused. Wanted to make sure I don't miss anything that can help us. But I don't think there's anything all that interesting here, to be honest. You might be right. It seems to just be a regular room. Did she actually swallow that shoddy excuse? Or just decide to drop it? I can't tell what any of these people are thinking. Not like it matters. It's a coincidence. The thought of it being any other way isn't even worth entertaining. Yeah, I agree. Oh well, was worth checking anyway. At least I can confirm that all these rooms look pretty identical to what we had over in the question team. He throws himself onto the couch. Evelyn and I sit down as well. Considering the situation we're in, it's rather surprising how pretty these rooms are. I wonder why the person behind this put so much care into the furnishing. I mean, I guess that's... it's a question, I suppose. Yeah, I had the same thought a while ago. Wait, I guess this could be a good opportunity to bring up what I noticed. Not that it's particularly helpful, but... yeah. I was wondering the same thing, so I checked out the plants in the kitchen. Plants? Yeah, the ones on the wall. Anyway, as I guessed, it's just AR. Probably all of this, aside from the hall. Augmented reality? Okay. Maybe? Okay. That does make a lot more sense. Wait, what? AR? You mean like augmented reality? Yes, right, sorry. I thought the abbreviation was common enough. Nah, it's fine, don't worry. But I guess this explains what you two were talking about, because in all honesty, this whole place looks like shit. Huh? Do we all see it differently? Wait, do you not possess a Neuralink? Well, not yet. I was planning to get one. Actually just went to a center before. Well, whatever happened, and I got here. Dude, so he doesn't see all of this. What? Ah, right. He mentioned that. I thought it was just a checkup or something. Oh? Is that so? Why did you decide to get one now? Most people... Well, excuse me if I sound disrespectful, but most people your age don't really change their minds on it anymore, do they? Ha ha ha! No offense taken, don't worry. You're right, of course. I've been living out in the sticks my whole life. But now, I've met someone. A couple of years ago. Someone from a zone. A zone? Well, long story short, we want to move in together soon. Hence, I need to get chipped so I can finally live in one of those fancy cities myself. Sucks that that's even necessary. Sure, true, but then again, the whole point of the safe zones is, well, being safe. If these brain chip thingies make that possible, then there wouldn't be much point to those places existing, even if they just let anyone in. Yeah, sure. That's definitely what they were designed for, not at all like they just want to collect our data and permanently tie us to the UCE. UCE? That'd be insane. God, I'd love to tell him to his face. How many people I know that wish they could get rid of their implants. How lucky he is to still have the choice. I doubt he'd care. And then again, it's not like it's my problem either. How does it even work, though? Do these images really look as realistic as Adrian made it seem? Very much so. I mean, I didn't even notice after all. And it's not just image data either. Touch, smell, temperature. It's all being transmitted directly to the brain. Damn, that sounds insane. How did you notice it was in AR then? He looks at me. Ugh, great. So glad I brought this up. Yeah, well, you talked, so... But then again, maybe this is their idea of breaking the ice. I haven't talked a whole lot so far. Well, it's a bit difficult to explain. You see, it's just that with some objects it's easier to tell with than others, cause... Damn, why did I even try? If I can't say it properly, I'd rather just stay quiet. Guess I'm not much help after all. I direct my eyes at Evelyn in an attempt to plead for help. She seemed much better at explaining this sort of stuff anyway. She smiles softly in return and continues. Take this sofa. Take a look at this sofa, for example. I assume you see it differently from us, but we still sit on top of it. But we still sit on top of one from your perspective, right? Yeah, of course. Well, it looks the same from our perspective. Same with this armrest. She runs her hand across it. I can feel its texture. I can't move my hand into what I see as the armrest. It's actually physically there, am I right? What are you getting at? You see, there is a sofa here. It looks different to you than it does to us. It might even feel different. But its general shape is the same. The only thing that has changed is its quote-unquote skin. The same is true for, I imagine, most objects here. If it wasn't, it would be difficult for us to find our way around after all. Either way, we would keep running into things. Either we would keep running into things we can't see, or we might try to hold on to something that isn't there. Well, that isn't necessarily true for smaller items. Things that we aren't normally interacting with, that we don't usually come into contact with, like decoration. Like plants. He gives me a somewhat impressed look. Hooray! Alright, I'll continue. Yeah, right. I'm gonna assume that what the two of us see as a wooden structure enamored with plants is just a wall to you. There is nothing of a similar shape in its place, since it isn't something that we can interact with. I see. So in cases like that, you can just move through it. The same way I can? Not completely? When we just gently move our hands across them, we can still feel the plants. They will even move a bit. Well, if we push past a certain point, there is nothing to actually hold us back, so we will just phase through, right? Well, that wasn't so bad, was it? Interesting. Seems like you lot really do see this whole place in an entirely different way. The hall looks identical to you, though, right? Just gray walls, some rusty pipes and stuff? That's right. I suppose we were not intended to spend a lot of time there. Yeah, probably. But then, how does your Neuralink know where it has to display this AR stuff? And, well, what's it supposed to display in the first place? You see, the necessary files for that are stored in the nearby nanologs. Those transmit information to each Neuralink user in the area, so that everyone receives the same data. Wait, hold up. What exactly is this nanolog stuff again? Aren't those just used for surveillance in the zones? Or am I mixing something up? You're right. That is one of their tasks. In general, however, you can simply think of them as very small data storage devices that are distributed wherever necessary. Apart from tracking data of the nearby Neuralink users, they can also host data, like that which is necessary for the display of augmented reality functions. With other words, AR data is not generated by the Neuralinks themselves, but instead stored on the local nanologs, which then transmit to each individual user. That's also why we can still access it despite not being connected to the net as a whole right now. Either way, each nearby person automatically views the same set of data, preventing any inconsistencies from occurring. All that to ensure we see the world the same way, the way they want it to be seen. Ooh, yeah? Let's do... better? Hopefully better? Heh, littered with ads for the most part. Does that cover your question? Well, I think I got the gist of it, but I can't deny I'd love to know more. I don't want to waste any more of our time, though, or let you die of boredom, Adrian. How considerate. I have been wondering for a while whether this is a meaningful use of our time. However, while I can't deny that I still don't see a direct connection to our situation, I do feel like it wouldn't hurt to be on the same page about all of this. This place is full of AR after all. Maybe being able to see past that will be useful somehow. Maybe not. Ooh. Oh, I don't mind explaining this at all, especially since I'm not sure what else that we could be discussing right now, with the limited knowledge on Amelia you seem to have so far. Yeah, it's probably true. This may... Oh, wrong character voice. Yeah, it's probably true. This may be the most appropriate time to get this stuff out of the way, so feel free to keep going. With that being said, I can't pretend to get anything out of this info dump. You'll be fine without me for a bit, though, right? You're probably better at explaining all of this than I am anyway. Definitely. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Of course. I will do my best. I nod with a slight smile before I get up from the couch. Moving towards the kitchen door, I hesitate. Valerie is likely still pouting at the table. I guess I'll take a detour through the hall. It's such a nice bathroom. This bathroom's huge. I want a bathroom that big. So I've got a little hand thing and the waterfall. Wow, it looks so nice. Even 3 toothbrushes. 3 towels. What's this in here, though? Interesting. Oh! Honestly, I didn't come here because I needed to. I don't think I even drank anything since I woke up. Maybe I should. I drank some water from the sink. And some more. Only now do I realize how dehydrated I've been this entire time. No wonder I've been feeling like shit. Anyways, that's not why I came here. Frankly, I just needed some time to myself, to process everything. Time without people constantly talking around me. 2236. Well, I guess I can't pretend I don't understand how Valerie feels, and yet I absolutely look down on her. The way she lashed out for seemingly no reason, constantly needing time to herself, letting everyone wait for her to calm down. I felt like she's just wasting our time. Still kinda do. As if I'm any better just sitting here without saying anything at all. Either not knowing what to add or deeming it as too irrelevant to even open my mouth about it. My mouth for it. Oops, sorry. Bleh. Welcome back from vacay. Thank you, Greenfall. I appreciate it. Not even mentioning what I know about Amelia. Keeping the truth under wraps for no good reason. Just like back then. Back then? Back then when? What? Wow. At this point, I could just go and hide away elsewhere too. Well, here I am. I can't go on like this. I sit down on the toilet. Oh, is it a washer? Oh, I've already been here for over a minute and haven't even started to think about anything else. How am I supposed to make progress like this? I need to try to connect the dots I've been dealt so far. Figure something out. Anything that might help us solve this and get out of here. It's not like I know anything about these people, but that doesn't mean I want to let them down. To let them feel like I'm not even trying. Like I'm hiding something. What if they... Just shut up. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, let's summarize what I know so far. What do we know so far? This place is split into 3, most likely identical areas. Each of those belongs to one team with 3 members each. So far, we have no way to know anything about the participants of the other answer team, We'll most likely hear about them in like 2.5 hours. Well, whenever Oliver returns for his second visit, we'll have a rough idea of who's in the question team, at least if we take everything that Oliver said at face value. On top of that, only if we can trust what Nathan, a person we haven't met, told Oliver. The problem is that our whole task here is to figure out what is going on in the QT, so if we can't truly believe anything we're told, how are we supposed to learn anything? We barely know how the specifics of this game work. Learning the truth about that secret participant could mean pretty much anything. With other words, our goal should be to simply find out as much as possible, and I hope that we'll stumble upon the truth along the way. Either way, we're really only left with two options. One, we trust what Oliver has told us. The third member of the QT is Amelia. If it's true, we have a chance of winning. If it turns out that he lied to us, well, we're fucked. Two, don't trust anything he says. In that case, we're fucked either way. We don't have any other source of information. It seems like a pretty clear case of Pascal's wager. I don't even have a choice but to trust him if I want to have any sort of salvation. That being the case, that means Amelia is the secret member of QT. All the details line up. Oliver's description of her appearance, her having gone missing 2 years ago, and, well, her name. It fits way too well to be a coincidence, even if I still can't quite believe it. This also tells us a bunch about this Nathan himself. He was apparently wearing a lab coat and working with, or for, Amelia's father. This lines up since her father was a leading scientist at a Neuralink center, the one in A3 to be specific. Interesting because Oliver brought up that he was visiting that very same location before he was abducted. Is there some kind of connection between that place and all of this? If so, does that mean Nathan could be involved somehow? Well, that might be too much of a stretch. After all, he could have also been brought here for the same reason that he was there, for the simple reason that he was there for work. Duh. I guess that's all I've got when it comes to participants I haven't met yet. The only connection I can really draw is the Neuralink Center, but I'm not sure how well this holds up with the remaining people here. It also doesn't explain what Amelia has to do with this. Why the hell is she here? Is this connected to why she disappeared in the first place? She certainly seems to be at the heart of all this. Nathan knows about her. So do I. Now that I think about it, Valerie's reaction towards hearing about Amelia did seem rather strong. But then again, most of her reaction towards anything have been intense. Still, something to take note of. Oh, one more thing has been bothering me. How did Oliver know Valerie's name when she first entered the kitchen? Did I miss something? Or does he know more than he's letting on? I guess I could at least check the log. The only time that he could have been told her name before she joined us was back in the hall when we first met. Nope, nothing. Her name wasn't brought up a single time after he arrived. We went to the kitchen right after leaving the hall. Should I ask him about it? Though maybe, just maybe, he doesn't know either. I recall the way I felt when I first learned the others' names. I felt like I already knew, somewhere deep down, like I was just relearning something I had previously forgotten. We all seem to be struggling with our memory, some more than others. Maybe we already spoke with one another before we woke up here? More than just our memory, our neurolinks were also tampered with. All entries from before our arrival are gone. Any advanced functions, such as communication, are unavailable, and not even the time is being displayed correctly. Null certainly doesn't want us to know what happened before this, or how much time has passed since we got here. But why? What is he trying to hide through that, and... My train of thought is interrupted by a sudden sound of a door closing shut. Judging by the volume, it could have only been the door to the kitchen. Did Valerie enter the bedroom? Wait, how long have I been sitting here anyway? I should go back to the others. I get up and walk to the door, where I freeze. Is Valerie still in the bedroom? Can I just walk past her? Should I say something? Will she say something? Ugh, why is this even bothering me? I'll just go now, it'll be fine. Sure enough, she's sitting on the bed she woke up in, facing away from me. I think about whether I should go back through the hall or just straight through the kitchen, and I pick the latter. I take a single large step and end up right in front of the kitchen door. Right as I grab the handle, I notice Valerie turning towards me from the corner of my eye. I return her turning towards me by turning towards her. Our eyes meet. I continue to push down the handle. What are you thinking right now? Huh? What are you thinking about? I let go of the handle. Not much. Why? I've been thinking about how much you're pissing me off. What? What the heck have I done to her? We barely even spoke. Not even gonna bother with replying, That's exactly what I'm talking about. This entire time you haven't said anything noteworthy. Haven't contributed anything. As if you're one to talk. And now what? Just gonna walk straight past me? I just thought you probably wanted to be left alone. If I did, I wouldn't have left the kitchen. I wanted to talk to you. You did? Wait, how did you know I was in the bathroom? I heard the door closing. I mean, I guess, but how did you know it was me? Because I only heard it closing once, and that was a while ago. She was so cute. Yeah, she's so cute. Yeah, she is. It's just, I don't know how much time has passed, but definitely more than anyone should need to finish their business. So, what could that mean? That someone decided to run away from the big scary group conversation and hide in the bathroom, perhaps? Well... well, to be fair, it could have also been someone with real bad constipation, so it was... I'm sorry. So it was a bit of a gamble. Which was it? Fuck you. Don't act like you haven't been doing the exact same thing this entire time since the moment we first woke up here. It's not just me. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to hear your thoughts on something. Or someone. What do you think of Oliver? He's a man. He seems nice. Great input, really. I'll write that down straight away. No problem. Let's try this again, alright? Does he seem off to you, somehow? Do you think we can trust anything he tells us? About that girl? Amelia? I mean, I obviously got my own opinion on the whole matter, but still. Thought a second opinion wouldn't hurt. I don't really know. He seems nice and all. but I guess that doesn't really mean much.
Well, there's one thing I noticed.
What is it? When you and Oliver first met, he greeted you with your name. I don't think he should have known. No, I'm certain that there was no time frame which he could have been told without me hearing.
You're right, he did that. And you're sure you didn't just miss how someone told him? Did you check your log?
Yeah, of course. No one mentioned your name. I consider explaining how I think it might be related to our memory loss. How I also felt like I already knew all of their names before they first told me. I decide not to.
Weird. Well then.
She gets up from her bed and walks up to me. Let's not leave those two alone for any longer. She pushes me aside and enters the kitchen. Rude, but okay.
I want to punch her so badly, but I just follow her back to the living room instead. Oh wow, you actually came back. Took so long we were just placing bets on who'd return first. Guess neither of us expected you'd join up, haha.
Well, to be precise, Adrian was following behind Valerie, so...
Aw, you want to let me win? How kind of you.
That's not it. I'm just being fair.
Whatever you say, whatever you say. Anyway, why don't the two of you come and sit down? There's enough sofa for everyone.
Ignoring their little bet, I do as I'm suggested. Valerie hesitates for a moment, but ultimately decides to do the same.
Sounds like the two of you have really been hitting it off, huh? What can I say? We had quite a bit of time on our hands.
We hope you've been getting along as well.
Oh, yeah, splendidly.
She says in a clearly sarcastic tone, but Evelyn seems happy to hear it anyway.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks to Adrian, I came to a conclusion about how I want to tackle this whole game thing from now on.
You did? Thanks to me?
Huh. Well, how's that for someone who hasn't contributed a single thing, huh?
Yeah. What about that? Huh?
I decided that I will not trust any of you. Not yet, at least. That being said, I will cooperate with you to some extent. I can't imagine sitting around and moping all day will get me anywhere. We don't have that sort of time. Well, progress is progress.
So, pretty much the exact conclusion I reached as well. I'm starting to think Valerie and I don't feel all that different about the situation. It's just that she actively voices her complaints while I sit quietly in the corner. Isn't there anything we can do to strengthen your trust?
You? Not really. But to be honest, it's not like it matters all that much whether I can trust you anyway. Oliver, on the other hand... Well, first of all, there's something I wanted to ask you. Something that Adrian brought up.
Huh? Oh, that...
Please don't frame it as if I'm the one distrusting him. Sure, what's this about?
When we first met in the kitchen, you greeted me right away. To be specific, you said, "Ah, there you are, Valerie, right?"
Oh, yeah. I guess I might have said something along those lines.
Not something along those lines.
That's what you said. I checked the log. Alright, if you say so. What about it?
Well, I obviously wasn't there the whole time, but according to what Adrian told me, from when you first arrived in our hall to that moment, nobody told you what my name was.
Is that so? I could have sworn someone mentioned it. It just felt natural to greet you like that. Are you sure that neither of you brought it up, Adrian?
I nod. I checked every conversation that happened during that time frame, and it's not like he's ever been alone with Evelyn at that point.
So assuming that's true, mind telling me how you knew my name?
Well, how did I, huh? I must have picked it up somewhere. Damn. I can't check my log, I guess. Ha ha! What? Why? I just checked my log as well, and I think I might have an idea. Huh? Guess I should hold off on sharing my theory for a bit longer. Right after we split up and the two of you entered the kitchen, I started knocking on the bathroom door. I called out to Valerie. Valerie, can you hear me? Now, my memories on the details are rather vague, but I recall that you, Adrian, already walked further into the kitchen, while Oliver still stood behind the closed door, right? Damn, the log can't help me here. Is that what happened? I think it might have. Yeah, that must be it. Guess the log only picks up stuff you managed to properly hear, huh? That's right. That's probably how it was. It might record things that I haven't actively paid attention to, but nothing that was out of reach for me to hear altogether. I see. Well, I guess that adds up with what I can tell from my log. Yeah, I'm sorry for bringing it up. Not like I wanted to sow any unnecessary distrust, but, well, seems I was just overthinking this. Haha, don't worry about it, alright? It's only natural to suspect others in a situation like this, especially after spending some time with the Queen of Distrust. Yeah. Luckily, we managed to clear up this misunderstanding rather quickly. If anything, it shows that you shouldn't keep your suspicions to yourself. True, would have been much worse if you just kept distrusting me because of something so silly all day. So then, was that the only thing that bothered you? Well, yeah, for now. I'm just gonna look forward to hearing what you will have to share with us next time you return from your team. Of course. I'm sure the same is true for all of you. No, not to that extent at least. The thing is, I know Amelia. From everything you told us, I'm sure it must be the same one. I was right. That explains her extreme reaction to Oliver's story. Though, well, it still doesn't explain her behavior prior to that. Whatever, if what she says is true, at least 3 of the 8 people here have some kind of connection to Amelia. What about the rest? Someone from that other answer team will very likely know her too. But what about Oliver and Evelyn? Were the 2 of you friends then? Who knows? What do you mean? I'm not going to talk about that until Oliver leaves. We can discuss any further details after that if you really want to know. Once he returns, I want him to tell me how Amelia reacted to hearing about me. The less he knows about our relationship, the more helpful his report will be in determining whether anything he says is to be believed. Understood? I see. Sure, that makes sense, I guess. If it means I can earn some of your trust that way, then I'll do as you say. Not a bad idea, really. That might be the simplest way to find out whether Oliver can be trusted, and whether Amelia is really here. There's just one tiny loophole. But what if she doesn't remember? At least not yet. Or to be more specific, what if Oliver is going to claim that's what she said? Like, if everything you said so far is true, and she lost her memory, who knows whether she already regained any of it? That would be awfully convenient, wouldn't it? I'll just have to hope that isn't the case, huh? Nobody says anything in return for a while. She's right, of course. Not like there's anything we can do to help her remember, huh? Or is there? Oliver seems to struggle with finding the right words to continue, then eventually takes a deep breath. At least now I understand why you reacted this way back in the kitchen. It's starting to add up. Why you distrust me so much. Oh no, don't worry. I distrust all of you pretty equally. The problem is that I want to trust you, or more specifically, I need to be able to trust whatever you tell us about Amelia. That's what this entire thing is about. If you say so. Anyway, I know you don't want to talk about what your relationship with her was and all that, though it's pretty obvious she was at least important to you in some way. Ignoring that, can I ask one thing? You can. I might even answer. Who knows? Why would I lie? What would I get out of making up this story about a girl you knew being here? Assuming I would have reason to do so just throws a huge wrench in your whole line of thought. Like what? If I made up this specific description, somehow perfectly fitting someone that you knew, that implies that I already knew about you knowing her. I knew that I would get some sort of reaction out of you. And me. And if that was the case, I would very likely also know more about your exact connection, making your whole test kind of pointless. So unless you believe that, why would I lie? Who knows? Well, she did say she might answer. I honestly didn't expect him to put up this much of a resistance. So far it seemed like he always tried to be really considerate of Valerie, even when she reacted in a less than friendly manner. He really doesn't want her to distrust him. And he is correct. If what he told us was a lie, it was too specific to be a simple coincidence. He would need to know more about all of this. He might even cooperate with the mastermind. The same is true for what I thought about earlier. If Oliver is truthful, but Nathan lied for whatever reason, he would probably try to orchestrate everything in a way that doesn't reveal the truth. He might be able to tell Oliver what Valerie wants to hear in order to, mislead us? Make us lose the game? Maybe to protect someone from the other answer team? But that would probably make Nathan a regular participant with motives beyond the purpose of this experiment. If that was the case, how would he know who resides in which team? And ignoring all of that, can it really be a coincidence that at least 2 people from one team know Amelia? Wait, maybe Valerie is just bluffing, waiting for Oliver to slip up and say that she is being remembered. But that would contradict her reaction to her here. By the way, how much time do you have left, Oliver? Huh? Right. He looks down at his timer. Evelyn follows his gaze. Just 7 more minutes, then you're finally rid of me. Great, can't wait. Time's really flying by when you're having fun, huh? But wait a second, now that I think about it, how did she know about the timer? When Oliver explained it to me, Valerie wasn't in the room, and after that, there wasn't a single point in time when she was in one room with him without me being present as well. She shouldn't have known about it. What? Fuck. This is the same exact thing we've just been over. It would fit so well with the idea of our lost memories, but there's probably some logical explanation for this as well, isn't there? I'm just missing something really obvious again. Something to explain this without some unnecessary sci-fi twist. Why can't I just come up with something actually useful to say? Something that would really help us with figuring out figuring this whole thing out. I mean, I could always share what I know about Amelia, but... No, not yet. I should at least wait for what Oliver has to tell us once he returns. Valerie's plan is pretty solid overall. There's no reason to get into all that, not before we know for sure whether she's really here, whether she's truly alive after all this time. In the end, there might be some other logical explanation to all of this. Right? Adrian? Huh? Looking around, everyone else has... Bleh. Looking around, everyone else has stood up while I was lost in thought. Oh, sorry, of course. I get up as well, joining them on their way to see Oliver off. So, how exactly does the store work? How do you open it? Well, the one time I used it so far, it just opened by itself once the timer reached the last minute. Could we, just come with you? Not that I want to, necessarily, but wouldn't it work? I don't know. I doubt it. Would be an obvious oversight, don't you think? Also, the whole contraption is a bit more complicated than just this one door. How so? Alright, how should I put this? So behind this door, there's another one that only opens after this one has closed again. He's wildly gesturing in a desperate attempt to visualize his explanation. One that leads to a small chamber below this whole platform thing that Null was standing on earlier. Well, that chamber connects to 3 doors in total, one leading to each of the halls. QT, ATA, ATB. How does she know what ATA means? How did she know answer team A? How does she know that? Because she knew it and freaked out. Valerie. And yeah, all of those work just like the one I just described. Yeah, definitely seems like someone wanted to make very sure that nobody would enter any of these doors without permission. But wait a second. So, there's a room below this platform? Well, room might be an exaggeration. It's just really a small round space that connects all those doors and halls and stuff. But didn't Null appear on that platform using some kind of elevator coming down there? From down there? Did he really come from that small chamber then? Huh. You're exactly right. That's what it seems like. In that case, it is rather likely that Null is hiding further down. Wouldn't you agree? What makes you think that? Well, you can simply think of the chamber that lies in the center of the 3 halls as an elevator shaft. When at ground level, the elevator seems to be a regular floor that connects the 3 exits to one another. But beyond that, it can also move up to function as a platform for Null to talk to us from. Or even further down to a separate area which Null is most likely to a separate area in which Null is most likely located. Secret. That's the only explanation that makes sense, is it not? Now that she puts it like that, yeah, it really is just that simple. Oliver nods in agreement, seemingly rather impressed by her deduction. Valerie, not so much. Yeah, that's great and all. So back to my question. Mind if I try? Going through the door with you. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Shouldn't we just do as we're told for now? Come on. I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, if the two of you are sure about it. I'm not sure about it, but... At that moment, the door opens, revealing the small round space in between the outer and one of the inner doors, just like Oliver had described. Valerie enters the said space and nothing happens. Well, won't you come in too? Oh yeah, sure. Suddenly, a generic announcement plays out through the same speakers that were last used when Null was giving his introductory speech. Error. Unauthorized number of signals detected. Please step back from the exit. Well, there you have it. If you'd be so kind, then. He gestures for her to back off. She sighs and, after a bit of hesitation, takes a couple of steps away from the door. So long. The door slides shut in front of him. Now it's just the three of us once more. We stand there, quietly. I look back and forth between Valerie, Evelyn, and the floor, waiting for someone to say something. Anything. Unfortunately, it seems like they're doing the exact same thing. Valerie promised to tell us about her connection to Amelia once Oliver was gone. Now she looks hesitant, like she's contemplating how or if to go about it. Maybe she's hoping we already forgot? We clearly didn't. Evelyn is most likely just giving Valerie a chance to gather her thoughts. But come on, we don't have that kind of time, do we? I take a deep breath, preparing to give her a piece of my mind. However, before my voice manages to reach my throat, it is swiftly interrupted by the sudden rumbling of a stomach. Judging by the two sets of eyes looking in my direction, it appears to have been my own, attempting to break the silence that engulfed the hall ever since Oliver left our group. The fact that you can even think about food in a situation like this is insane to me. Kind of disgusting, to be honest. Well, yeah, sorry. Guess I forgot to eat before getting kidnapped. Maybe we should use this opportunity to take a short break in the kitchen? I will check the supplies and whip us something. Nope. I will check the supplies and whip up something for us to eat. You can't properly think on an empty stomach after all, isn't that right? Are you sure we've got time for that right now? It's not like I'm gonna starve anytime soon, so don't worry about me. I don't think that will pose a problem. We still have almost 90 minutes at our disposal until Oliver returns. I doubt we need that much time to discuss what Valerie wanted to talk about, do we? No. She still acts as though she's irritated about this turn of events, but I get the feeling she's actually relieved that she can postpone talking about Amelia a little further. Not that I can't relate. In any case, nope. In that case, I think it would only prove beneficial to prepare a meal now. You might not be hungry quite yet. That could change at any time. It's best to take care of things like this sooner rather than later. Yeah, I get it. Let's get going then. The two of you can simply sit down for now. I will take care of everything, so don't worry about it. That's so weird. She's so weirdly calm about everything, chat. Just like, oh, we're trapped here and your stomach rumbled, so okay, I'm just gonna cook for you. It's no big deal. Ha ha ha. That's so weird for me. That's just so weird. With that, she heads down towards the kitchen unit to scour the fridge and cupboards for ingredients that might be useful to her. I'm considering offering my help or telling her to keep it simple, but I don't want her to think I'm doubting her abilities, so I remain silent, simply sitting down instead. The sound of her chopping has an amount of clock-like precision to it that turns into something akin to white noise. Not offering to help seems to have been the right call. Realistically, I'd have only slowed her down. Well then, if we're gonna be sitting around for a while anyway, why don't the two of you tell me a bit about yourselves? I don't know. It's not like I really care about her trust, but I guess it might help her when it comes to opening up about Amelia. What do you want to know? Great. A volunteer. Just whatever. Who are you? Besides your name and all that. What do you do? Where do you live? Well... Oh great. Small talk. I feel you, Adrian. Didn't expect that to be something I'd have to worry about today. I study artificial intelligence. I live at my parents' house in B2-3. Valerie nods and waits for me to continue until she realizes that I won't. Whoa, quite chatty today, aren't we? Well, not that I expected it to go any better. You live in B2-3. So, you probably go to the uni in A2? A5, actually. It's not that much further away, and they have a way better reputation when it comes to AI, so yeah. A5. Huh, I see. Crap. Did I fuck up? Does she know that Amelia went there as well? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Just that you'd rather commute to the next zone over instead of moving out into your own apartment. Living away from your parents... Living away from your parents sure seems scary, huh? Chat, I will be right back. My elder kitty needs her medicine, so BRB. Alrighty, chat. Sorry about the little bit of a delay there. I gave kitty meds and I decided to fill up my water now instead of later. Also, chat, it has been 2 hours, so it is a great time for all of you to also get a drink, do a stretch, wiggle a little if you need to. And have a snack, or have a dinner, or have whatever meal you might need to have for this kind of day or night, or, you know, just make sure you're taking care of yourself. Okay, so let's do that. Well, at least I'm glad that's all she meant. If you say so, they're rarely ever at home, to the point where you could argue that I'm pretty much living by myself anyway.
What are they so busy with?
They're, doing research for art arms. Oh, is that so? What are they working on then? Still focused on her task at hand, Evelyn rejoins our conversation. Well, I obviously don't know the details, but as far as I know, they're currently working on improving the AI for the upcoming gen of household models. Alright. Not that I really get what's left to improve. I guess perfection is hard to reach. I see. Is that why you're studying artificial intelligence then? Are you planning to further pursue their research once you are done? Well, that is the plan at least. Yeah.
Wow, how nice. Following right in your parents' footsteps. You sure get along real well, huh?
She adds in a condescending manner. I guess so. They've always been supportive of that decision.
Wait though, just to get this straight, y'all are a family full of AI nerds and you don't even have any androids at home?
Huh? Did I say that? We do. 2, actually.
2, and you're trying to tell me that you basically live alone.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think those really count as people. Oops, sorry.
Wow, harsh words. You ever tell them that to their faces?
I mean, no, I don't mean that negatively. I just think having androids at home is different than living with someone else. Different from growing up with actual parents. I can't say I don't understand where he's coming from. Evelyn jumps in, offering her assistance, whether that was necessary or not. Of course, androids can be of service in a variety of situations, and at their current level, conversations with them will not feel much different from those with other human beings. If that's the way you want it to be, that is.
What do you mean?
Well, modern AI technology allows for androids to behave in an exceedingly human-like fashion, to the point where you would not be able to distinguish them from actual people. When you choose to purchase one, however, you can decide for yourself how you want it to act. How you want for it to act. When you choose to purchase one, however, you can decide for yourself how you want for it to act, what you would like their personality to entail. Their opinions will strictly align with your blueprint. Some might want household models to simply focus on their job, taking care of cleaning, doing the laundry, and whatever else they might be needed for. Chat, I would love a household model to just take care of cleaning and laundry and all of that for me so much. Oh my gosh. I miss the days when I had the energy and less pain, so that keeping up with stuff like that was easier. Others might want them to be a social companion. Either way, it's a choice that their respective owner has to make. Should they decide to purchase a model with a distinct personality, it is still their responsibility to decide on the specifics of their behavior. In the end, their android could agree to say or do whatever they want, as long as it complies with the laws, of course, or it might hold convictions separate from their own. In either case, however, it was the owner's decision. Even if they only notice later on that their android's personality does not align with what they had originally intended, they can still have it reprogrammed to better fit their preferences. Is Evelyn an android? Yeah, unlike us humans who act, think, and feel certain ways because that's what we want, AI only acts, thinks, and feels the way it does because someone decided for it to do just that. If it acts in an unexpected fashion, it's nothing more than a mistake, a bug that needs to be fixed. Though that part isn't too different for humans, is it? Damn. You seem to be really into that AI stuff yourself, huh? You own some androids as well? No, nothing like that. Yo, guys, I am suspicious. I'm suspicious of Evelyn now. I simply interact with them on a regular basis due to my occupation.
That's so. Where do you work then?
What? What? Wait a minute. Wait, what? At Neuralink, we have a lot of androids that assist us when it comes to menial tasks. Though, at the moment, I still fulfill a rather similar role as a mere assistant. I hope to change that eventually, of course. Me and my sister, both.
Sister, huh?
Yes, my twin sister to be precise. Elizabeth is her name. We began working there not long after we graduated from school. An acquaintance had recommended us. We are mostly stationed in the small center in B3-5 where we live, but we occasionally help out at others too. It is rather demanding at times, but at least we get to see lots of different places. Okay. Suspicion slightly on hold then. Damn, it sounds like hard work.
Wow, seems like the two of you are real close, huh? Pretty much a repeat of what she asked when I brought up my parents, just with a slightly less sarcastic tone this time. I guess she can't really stand me.
Yes, we certainly are. Growing up, we always shared a very special bond. That's not to say that we are particularly alike. While we may look identical and happen to spend a lot of time together due to various circumstances, we are still very distinct people. More so than one might think. My heart skips a beat when I hear her say that. It did, but I'm not sure why my heart might have skipped a beat over that. That's interesting, isn't it? Why could she have said it that way? It reminds me of what she once said. Two people will always live different lives, no matter how small those differences might be. They won't ever be identical since they can never share the same memories. But if memories make a person, then who does that make Amelia right now? Anyway, is the food gonna take much longer? Oh, yes, a little bit. Well, looks like we got some more time to kill then. She looks straight at me while saying that. Damn, is she really expecting me to talk even more than I just did? So Adrian, your turn. Anything you want to know about me? Ask away. What? That's even worse than I expected. She really wants me to come up with a question to ask. I mean, I could just repeat what she asked. What do you do? Where do you live? Stuff like that. That's the easiest route to take, and yet I feel that's exactly why it would upset her. She's been totally pissed about how I've acted as nothing more than a passive observer so far. She definitely wants me to ask something specific, something that shows I actually care about learning something to help me solve... What's with the holdup? I don't think so, no. Fuck, I didn't mean to say that. At least she seems more disappointed than upset. Come on, dude, I'm sure your head's full of questions. You just gotta say the stuff that's in your mind. If you can't do that, why even bother thinking in the first place? I mean... Wait, what did I... Stop it. Ideas that you just take to your grave aren't worth shit. She's right. Wait, it's not exactly choose your own adventure, so I just kind of get to read through the story, I guess. She's right, and yet, the more I think about what to ask, the more muddled my thoughts become. What is it she wants to hear from me, god damn it? Really? Nothing? Alright, I'll just ask that. How did you know about the timer on Oliver's wrist? Was that good enough? Huh? What are you talking about? Back in the living room, before Oliver left, you asked him how much time he had left, implying that you knew about him having a timer on him. The thing is, that's something he explained to me when it was just the two of us in the kitchen. That was the only time I heard him bringing that up. And you never spoke to Oliver without me around, did you? I mean, no, but like... what the hell are you getting at? Well, that's what I'd like to ask you. If there was no way for anyone to tell you about the timer, then how did you know he had one? She sighs, and yet... What do you think? I mean, if you bring it up now, you must have spent quite some time thinking this through, huh? You really don't have an idea? I do, but would she really take it seriously? Damn, more than anything, I just want a simple explanation. No, that's a lie. More than anything, I want to have said something worthwhile. Are we the android? We're either the android or we have some crippling levels of self-doubt and low self-esteem or something. If you can't even do that much, then why even bother in the first place, huh? That's what I've been wondering as well. I take a deep breath. Alright, I'll say it. Well, I do have an idea, actually. The same one I already had when bringing up how Oliver apparently knew your name without ever being told. Yeah, we figured out a solution to that one. Evelyn said your name while Oliver was nearby, sure. But who knows whether he actually heard that. He might have just agreed to that theory because he didn't have any other explanation. Sure, I guess we can't know for sure. But then what? You think Oliver and I know more than we're letting on? That we're secretly working with Null or something? No, nothing like that. I actually don't believe either of you understands how you knew those things. I think those might have been, well, lingering memories of something you forgot, so to speak. Does that make sense? Did I phrase it properly? Huh. Now that you put it like that, yeah, that would explain a lot of things. Wait, she really believes it? Should I have told her about it sooner? So, what do you think? Are we just stuck in some sort of time loop, recalling things from previous iterations of this game? Or are these memories from another timeline altogether? See, okay, chat, that's what I was thinking at certain points was, are we stuck in a time loop and somehow, despite our best efforts, we're not actually figuring out enough about Amelia to get out of this game. And so somehow they're just wiping our memories, wiping the Neuralink logs, all of that over and over and over again to try to figure out what's going wrong or what's going on or anything about Amelia. Maybe... I'm not sure why, though. I'm not sure why they would do all that. And who all might actually be involved. It's interesting. Wait, she's just making fun of me? I didn't really get that thought, but okay. No, that's not what I meant, but it is what I was thinking at points, so it's what I meant. Well then, what did you mean? Just like, because some of our memories from before waking up in here are missing. I just thought some of those things might be responsible for these inconsistencies. In truth, no, it's fine. Really, you're overthinking this so hard. Why? I knew. Deep down I knew it wasn't worth bringing up. I should have kept it to myself. How did you know then? How indeed. Hey Evelyn, you already found a good explanation for the name thing. How about this one? Any ideas? Perhaps. She pauses, taking a moment to think. She couldn't possibly know, right? You didn't know at all. You simply noticed Oliver was wearing something akin to a wristwatch and assumed that he would know when he set foot in our hall. That's... Ding ding ding! That's exactly it. Yeah. So, it really was just that simple this entire time, huh? It's so obvious, too. That's exactly why I first asked Oliver about it myself, because I thought it was a wristwatch. Any other option wasn't even worth considering. Trying to find an explanation for it was nothing but a waste of time. This isn't some thoroughly constructed mystery story where every line is packed with meaning and foreshadowing. But is it? Isn't it really, though? Maybe. Sometimes people just say things. It was nothing more than a distraction, keeping me from actually having to confront my thoughts about Amelia. Maybe that's why I was so obsessed with the idea in the first place. Think. Wait. Evelyn places a plate in front of me on the table, then sits down next to Valerie. I didn't even notice, but she has already meticulously arranged 3 portions of fried rice for us to eat. Let's go! Fried rice for us! Woo! Nice and fresh, too. Wait a minute. Where did you get the rice from? Was there rice in the fridge? But there's no rice cooker. Ooh, sorry about that, chat. Ooh. Let me just a second. Sorry about that. Was just adjusting some things. Excuse me. Damn, this smells great. If it tastes even half as good. Thanks. This really wasn't necessary. Just shut up and eat. We're only here because of your noisy stomach, remember? True enough. I take my first bite and pause. Holy shit! It tastes even better than expected. I glance over at Valerie, who's hastily devouring the meal in front of her. Although she'd never admit it, she seems to be even happier about finally getting something to eat than I am. It's odd. This situation should be a well-earned breather. 3 strangers trapped in an even stranger situation. Finally getting a chance to simply sit down and eat, without having to worry about anything else. Instead of finally being able to relax, I feel even more tense than before. It's pretty rare that I don't eat all by myself, yeah, but beyond that, my mind practically screams at me, not allowing me to rest for even a single second. Now that I finally accepted that simply trying to solve this game won't be much help, I guess I need to confront the fact that there's only one productive thing I can do. I need to tell the others what I know. I simply need to tell them that I knew Amelia as well. It's so obvious, so much easier than grasping at straws in a desperate attempt to piece together some kind of answer. And yet, I kept it to myself this entire time. And I will continue doing so. I mean, we don't even know for sure whether Oliver is telling us the truth, do we? We should just wait and see for now, right? Right. Despite that, I've been continuously criticizing Valerie, in my head at least, for wasting our time instead of simply telling us about her relationship with Amelia. In all honesty, for as much shit as I like to give her, is the way she acts really all that strange? Irrational? Of course she would be scared and confused after waking up in a place like this. Of course she wouldn't trust the people around her, suddenly hearing about a person she knows to have gone missing. She's scared for her life. She wants to get out of here more than anything, and she even wants to trust us. The fact that she's trying to get to know us and find evidence for us being trustworthy is proof of that. Even if, or maybe especially because, she only wants to trust us so that she can properly participate in this game and work towards getting out of here. That only makes her behavior all the more rational, doesn't it? I, on the other hand, would be lying if I said I've ever been all that scared of staying in here. It sounds pathetic. It is pathetic, but I don't care all that much. If we make it out of here, sure, cool. But if not, oh well. No, much more than that. I'm scared of what happens once I do get out of here, of having said too much, of revealing things that have been continuously hidden inside my head for years, and for Sophie to find out that I've been lying to her all this time about something so stupid without any proper reason at all. I think I'd rather die than kill who I am in her mind. At times, I felt comforted by the idea that Amelia was gone. God, I'm disgusting. Swallowing my final bite, I put down the fork and lean back. Evelyn looks over at me with a satisfied expression on her face. Well then, I hope this was nourishing enough to get all of us through the rest of the day. We do, however, have some leftovers, should anyone still need more later on. She stands up, leaning towards our plates in order to pick them up. Before Valerie pushes her hands aside, taking care of it instead. You did enough. I can at least do this much, right?
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
Well, and you didn't have to do any of this to begin with. If cooking is your hobby, then doing the dishes might as well be mine, alright?
If that is the case, I will not stop you. Thank you very much.
Moving 3 plates from the table to the dishwasher takes no time at all, since Evelyn was already standing anyway. It would be a stretch to call doing so in her stead help. I guess she just really wanted Evelyn to know how grateful she was for the food? Which reminds me, I still haven't said anything since taking my first bite. Maybe I should.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, by the way. The food was good, really. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you liked it, too.
Took you long enough, huh? Oh well. I guess we've all wasted plenty of time at this point. We've still got some stuff left to discuss, don't we?
Finally. Very well. How about we move this somewhere more comfortable then? Valerie nods, and so do I.
Without another word, we move over to the living room. While Evelyn and I position ourselves on the couch right away, Valerie hesitates for a while longer before sitting down on the furthest corner. Her eyes are mostly focused on the table between us. Alright then, you both know about my plan. We're pretty much just waiting for Oliver to come back and hear what he has to say. How will Amelia respond to hearing my name? Well, I guess I should tell you what the correct answer is. What Oliver should answer if he is to be trusted, not making all of this up somehow. If Amelia is really here, she pauses before taking a deep breath. Well, it's simple. She shouldn't recognize my name at all.
Huh? So it's just like I thought, is it? Sorry, I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
She's implying that it was just a bluff. She doesn't actually know Amelia. She's just kind of hoping for Oliver to slip up and talk about her remembering some kind of connection that was never there to begin with. I'm what? Never mind, sorry. Let me check. There's a conversation. They were having a conversation while I was eating and thinking. Evelyn.
Well, I'm glad I could solve this mystery before serving our meals.
Oh, you're done?
I am indeed. I hope you like it. Here you go.
Thanks. That really wasn't necessary. Just shut up and eat. We're only here because of your noisy stomach, remember?
Would you like to have seconds?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Just... It was good, thanks.
Oh, you're flattering me. It was no trouble at all. I'm just glad to hear that you enjoyed it.
You cook often, huh?
In all honesty, not as often as I used to. I was once in charge of cooking for my family. In recent years, there has no longer been such... In recent years, there has no longer been much need for that, so I only do so rather infrequently. More for pleasure than out of necessity. Looking back, I think it's rather fascinating
How something that used to be a simple task I had to fulfill became something I was so fond of, the moment that it stopped being my responsibility. Well then, let's see, then that's where we cut back in. Alright, so, hold on. She sighs. Anyway, let's just put it like this. I just can't imagine her remembering me, at least not from hearing my name. Should Oliver return and tell us that Amelia remembered us being besties or anything like that, I know he's making it up. We could say for sure that he knows more than he's letting on. Does that mean you've only pretended to know Amelia? No, nothing like that. I promise I do know her. And she knew me as well. It's just, I don't know how to put it into words. If that is the case, then what kind of connection do Words are hard. If that is the case, then what kind of connection do Amelia and you share? I thought about that for a while. And you know, there's a bunch of ways I could go about explaining this to you. But the thing is, I'm not sure whether I should. I'm not really sure it's the right thing to do. Because you still don't trust us? Damn, you're annoying. Right back at you. No, saying I trust you would be an overstatement. Right now, I'm honestly at a point at which I don't really think that matters anymore. What are you gonna do? Kill me? Why not do that right here and now, if that's what you're up to? I don't know. I can't think of anything seriously bad that could come from talking to you. What I've been questioning much more than that is, should we really talk about her at all? I mean, Null is obviously eavesdropping on us, one way or another. With other words, whatever I entrust with you, I'll also share with him. Well, that's certainly true, but isn't that beneficial in a sense? Isn't talking about Amelia part of the task he's given to us? I'm aware, duh. That's exactly my problem. Why the fuck is that our task? Why were we trapped here by some insane dude and told to find out the truth about some girl? What could anyone gain from that? I've been thinking about just that for a while now. I could only come to one logical conclusion. He doesn't even know what that truth is himself. Now that she says it, I agree. I can't think of anything else either, though. In all honesty, it's not like I spent all that much time thinking about it. I was too busy with worrying about our memories. That can't be right, can it? If that was true, how would he be able to decide whether our conclusions are correct? Well, to be fair, the rules were rather vague anyway, weren't they? Oh, sorry, big stretch. He just told us that we can only leave this place when we cooperate and try to come as close to the truth as possible. Not that we would have to actually reach it. And that lines up with what Valerie said before. He's probably listening in on us. As long as he believes that we are discussing what we know about Amelia, that might be enough. The question is, how much does he know? How truthful do we need to be for him to buy it? I wasn't there when Null listed the rules, but if that's what he said, good point. But in all honesty, even if he had phrased it differently, it wouldn't really mean much. In the end, it shouldn't even matter to him, whether we have any way to win or not. As long as we believe that we'll get out of here by sharing everything we know about Amelia, As long as that belief motivates us to actually do so, that's good enough for him, isn't it? He could simply wait for us to tell him whatever he wants to hear, and then kill us anyway. Nobody says anything for a while. I mean, it's kind of it's a situation, isn't it, chat? Yeah, it's true, isn't it? So when we ignore that we can't possibly know whether talking about Amelia will help us regaining our freedom, it leaves us with what we do know. That we will give that sicko information on her. Information that will help him with whatever he's scheming. Are you sure that isn't a bit of a premature conclusion to reach? I understand where you are coming from. I truly do. But it's nothing more than a theory, is it? Is that really worth risking our lives for? Huh, good question. I don't know. I just really don't know. And isn't it strange? If Null really organized all of this to gather information on Amelia, why are you the only person on our team who knows anything about her? Why are Adrian and I here? Yeah, that's a really good question. Except for the fact that I actually do know stuff about Amelia, and I'm not sharing it because my character is a bit of a coward. Well, to be honest, I'm still unsure about Evelyn's role in all of this. Oliver at least serves as an intermediary between the QT and us, but she's just here. Right, that is weird. After Valerie spent several minutes to confidently proclaim the conclusion she had reached, this was all it took to throw her for a loop. I mean... Hold on. Stay over there. Stay. Me. In truth, she just really doesn't want to talk about Amelia, huh? Anyway, there's something else I've been wondering about. Also, like, why would anyone want to collect info on her anyway? I mean, not like I would know, but is she really that interesting of a person? Did she hide some dark secret, or was, like, part of some evil underground organization? Adrian comes up with some very interesting thought processes. Some of them I understand. Some of them like this. Chat, I'm not really sure I get. Seriously, is there something I'm missing here? I mean, she said some strange things, but I can't think of anything that would make someone want to abduct her and organize all of this just to get more info on her. Then again, I guess I never did know all that much about her to begin with. We never really opened up to one another, did we? At this point, I'm beginning to question whether I even know any of the things that Null is apparently hoping to get out of us. Valerie kinda sus though, for real. Yeah, actually, everyone. I'm kinda suspicious of everyone, including my own character here. But Valerie is a bit suspicious as well. True. Yeah, exactly. It's like every one of us is sus. None of us is really as truthful as we could be, and this could be so much easier if people would just communicate. That is also true. This seems like a rather large undertaking. Oh, that is also true. This seems like a rather large undertaking if the singular goal was to gather information on one specific individual. So everyone knows Amelia before the test, right? Well, I do, Nathan does, and Valerie does. Evelyn doesn't, or she's really good at hiding it. I don't know about the other person in the QT or the other answer group. I still don't know how Valerie knew ATA was answer team A. And I can't decide what I'm going to ask her. So it's like, I wish I could ask her, hey, how do you know what this acronym is, when we didn't know what this acronym was? Not to mention that I doubt a single person could have organized all of this. Kidnapping a large group of people, bringing them all here, and the budget that must have been necessary to prepare this location. Noel must either be exceedingly wealthy or part of some larger establishment.
Huh? You still think that? I guess you really don't know, huh?
What do you mean?
Valerie smirked slightly, clearly amused by our ignorance. Ooh, are we gonna finally learn something? Well, I agree when it comes to getting us all here in the first place. Can't imagine he did that all by himself. Definitely had some kind of help. But aside from that, I'm sure he didn't have to spend all that much money setting this up. I guess he did buy us some food. How nice of him. But that's it. It's not like he had this place built from scratch, if that's what you think.
Do you know something about this location, perhaps?
Aha! Up! There we go! Right! She did at least react to seeing the letters in the hall. Was acting as if we should have known what the ATA stands for. I guess there's no reason not to tell you. It doesn't have anything to do with Amelia, and, well, Noel definitely knows about all of this himself. Just so you know, most of this is just rumors and shit from the net. Please keep that in mind. She clears her throat in a theatrical manner. Back in 2071, a few years after the first zones were established, Neuralink apparently planned to conduct some sort of experiment regarding that nil problem from back then. So the goal... Sorry, what was that again? I think I heard about it before, but can't really check my log right now. She sighs in response. Alright, it's not like I'm an expert on any of this, but this is the gist of it. You know how nanologs store conversation logs for surveillance purposes, right? Well, they originally got access to much more than just that. They also received data on thoughts and emotions of Neuralink users. What? Ooh, that's not good. That's not good at all, chat. Ugh. It was just a rough, abstract idea of how people in an area were feeling, but the plan was for the police to check on any emerging abnormalities before crimes even occurred. Great idea, right? I mean, can you even think of any problems that might cause?
A couple? A bunch? Yeah. So, what exactly is that nil thing now?
Yeah, I'm getting to that. It stands for Neuralink Info Leak. The details on it are vague, since the corps obviously want to cover up stuff like this up as well as they can, but those thoughts and emotions directly transmitted from Neuralink to nearby nanologs were apparently leaked to other Neuralink users as well, unnoticed for a shockingly long time. Well, you can imagine what that led to, I hope. People en masse suddenly had subconscious thoughts and ideas, felt things that they shouldn't have, that didn't belong to them. Wow. So, when more and more people struggled with strange, intrusive thoughts, Neuralink had to do something eventually, and long story short, That's why today's models no longer store our thoughts. Yeah.
I see. Do I have an older model and that's why? My thoughts are so bad in this character, my gosh. Thought to be... Oh, I suppose the details don't matter all that much. Please, continue.
Oh no, come on. We got a Neuralink expert in the house. Let's hear what she has to say.
Alright, if you insist. I just wanted to add that the current models are still able to store and transfer the same types of data as the original ones. After all, they still need brain access for large portions of their functionality. It is, however, true that they no longer do so, of course. I just wanted to make it clear that it was a software update, not a change in the actual hardware capabilities. But like I said, it does not really make a difference for your explanation. I apologize for interrupting you.
But
does that mean that the rest of what she said was true? The whole thing about Nil? I do not think I'm in any position to give a definitive answer to that. As a mere assistant, I can only confirm the changes that were made to the software over the last decades. Those did happen. Why exactly that is the case, I don't know with certainty. I see.
Great. So if that's all cleared up, I'm just going to go ahead and talk about the stuff that actually matters, okay? So, since solving the whole nil mess was pretty much a huge deal for Neuralink, they naturally pumped tons of money into all kinds of experiments, which eventually resulted in them building a big-ass underground test site deep below some old pre-zoned city.
So this place?
Way to go, Mr. Detective.
I'll take the phrase.
I suppose it makes sense that this location was not constructed specifically...
I suppose it makes sense that this location was not constructed specifically for this game. After all, the selection of rooms we were left with seems rather strange given the situation.
Yeah, right.
Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, sure, nice to have, but not like some evil mastermind would have needed to bother. That's true. That's true. On top of that, I assume our stay is intended to last for a rather short duration overall. That is, unless Null is expecting Oliver and Nathan to sleep within 90-minute intervals. Right?
Glad you two are starting to put stuff together. Yeah, the original experiment that Neuralink planned was a slightly more long-term one. The participants were supposed to stay here for weeks.
Supposed to?
Well, funny story. The actual experiment never took place. Shortly after the participants had been gathered, some person went and killed all of the scientists at the scene, hijacking the whole thing in the process and turning it into a game of their own.
Are we just original participants going through a loop? No. Maybe? Maybe?
The truth came, as it was called by the mastermind, Null.
Wait, what the fuck? Yes, exactly, what the fuck? What? Wow. Are you telling me all of this happened before, 46 years ago? I sit there, dumbfounded, and so does Evelyn before speaking up. Is that true? You weren't just making this up?
I'm not making this up. That doesn't make it true, though. I mean, didn't I tell you? It's just a bunch of rumors from the net. There's barely any actual evidence for it. It's an urban legend, a conspiracy theory, depending on who you ask.
She's right. She said that. I need to calm down. This is way too much for my little brain. Then, why did you even tell us about all of this? If it's just some story, what's the point? Are you serious? Think about it. Whether the story's true or not, it raises a ton of questions. If the original Truth Game really happened, then is this one connected to it? Why is it happening again, 46 years later? If it didn't, then why is the dude that kidnapped us basing this whole thing on some story from the net? He's obviously hoping for someone to recognize it and draw some kind of parallels, right? And either way, I guess we can at least confirm that the test site from those rumors actually exists. Unless you seriously believe that this was constructed just for this, based on the stories as well. No, you're right. That seems even more absurd. And it explains what Oliver meant when he said this whole place looks like shit. I guess we can't really tell how old this place looks with AR covering it all. Regarding the rest, could it just be a lack of creativity? Reusing the concept of some story he read before? I mean, it's not like Null can really be the same person from back then, right? Maybe he just read about it and thought it might be a good setting for his plan. Dunno. Then, how did that original Truth Game turn out? According to the stories, at least. Well, pretty much everyone died. I don't even know why this comes as a surprise to me. I don't think it does. The confirmation still makes me dizzy. That's exactly why Valerie didn't want to talk about Amelia. After all, she doesn't believe in this game being, well, a game at all. One that we could possibly win. One from which we can return alive, as long as we play along. And if we'll die either way, why share our deepest secrets with some insane dude who wants to use them for who knows what? Maybe this is finally my time to shine. Maybe just sitting around with my mouth shut is a perfect course of action. Then again, how can we be sure that this will end the same way? Who knows whether this Null truly plans to kill us all either way? Anyways. She stands up, raising her voice to get our attention. Or just mine. I'm not saying that you shouldn't play along with his game or whatever. I just don't want to be responsible for your deaths, alright? Do whatever you want. But before we get some further confirmation that Oliver can be trusted, and that Amelia is really here, shouldn't we at least try to find some other way out? That does sound reasonable. However, I can't imagine that we will manage to find an exit quite so easily. The doors and walls seem rather sturdy, and we are deep underground on top of that. Exactly. They seem sturdy. But with everything being AR, how are you gonna know how well this holds up if you don't go around and punch stuff? Punch stuff? Valerie leaves through the kitchen. Evelyn and I exchange looks between confusion and worry. After a while, she returns with a set of pans, pots, and kitchen knives. Oh wow, I really like how this profile picture looks. She looks awesome. Dropping them on the floor in front of her. So, you already looked around this room, right? Find anything? Not really. I only realized that the books and other pieces of decoration are fake. Very helpful. How about you? I looked through the desk. It's empty. Oh, and the file cabinet doesn't open. Is that so, huh? She walks up to it and pulls at one of the drawers. Hard. Nothing happens. Unlike me, she doesn't give up quite so easily, though. Picking up one of the knives she brought over, attempting to pry the drawer open with it. Once the knife starts to bend, she throws it on the ground, kicking the cabinet in frustration. Fucking hell, you're right. Might it be fake as well? Like those books that I wasn't able to open? Yeah, I guess so. Whatever. What are you two still sitting around for? Start hitting stuff. Tell me if you find anything. This feels like the third Valerie I've met today. I wonder which is the closest to the way she feels. Anyway, both Evelyn and I do as we're told by our new commander and walk around. Punching stuff? Never just go around a room and punch stuff because AR is making everything seem way better than it really is? No, me either. Not until this game, I guess. Yeah. With them already taking care of the living room, I enter the kitchen, hitting the walls as hard as I can. No matter how much force I put behind my swings, though, nothing changes. The walls might be scratched, but the AR keeps covering it up all the same. I watch the plants as they cheerfully sway back and forth, ignoring the knife that just phased through them, just like I knew they would. None of this is real to begin with. I stop to catch a breath, while the others keep relentlessly hammering. With all this noise filling the air, it almost feels like the other teams should hear us. Somewhere behind this wall, Amelia is supposedly waiting. What is she doing right now? Searching for an exit, just like us? Or happily discussing everything she remembers with Oliver and Nathan? And how much does she remember anyway? How does it feel to not even know who you are? Not even recognizing your own reflection in the mirror? Sounds frightening. Worse than anything we're going through right now. Worse than anything I ever went through. I don't have any right to complain. Will I ever be able to truly hate her for what she did? Should I? Did she even do anything wrong in the first place? If she was really to blame for anything, then why have I kept it to myself all this time? No, it's all my fault. I'm sorry for being this way. I gather all of my remaining strength and direct another burst of hits at the wall, hoping to send some kind of message her way, whatever that might accomplish. Nothing, obviously. Not like she could actually hear me, not like there's any point in doing this. But then again, this entire plan is completely pointless to begin with. What are we even doing? I take another look through the kitchen, but apart from the remaining ingredients, I don't feel like there's anything in here. Even if there was, Evelyn would have surely noticed. And speaking of, or thinking of her, she's exactly who I encounter once I enter the bedroom. Oh, are you done with the kitchen? Did you find anything? No, not really. You? No, I can't say I have. Is there really any point to this? What did you mean to say? Is there really any point to this? In all honesty, I'm not sure. But it's worth a try, wouldn't you agree? I shrug and enter the bathroom. I'm not particularly surprised to find Valerie in here, but I did not expect that the first thing I'd see would be her punching the mirror with her bare hand. Are you okay? Yeah, sure. I'm great. Best day of my fucking life. I meant your hand. Sure, not a scratch. Same for the mirror. I guess it wasn't real either. Fucking hell. Not that she's known for her great mood, but she seems even more pissed off than usual. Sometimes I wish I could just reach straight through my skull and rip that damn thing out of there. Sometimes I wish I could just reach straight through my skull and rip that damn thing out of there. Right now, for example. Isn't it insane that this dude can simply force us to see these images? Things that aren't even real, that we can't do anything about it? We could be standing right in front of a door with a big fucking exit sign above and wouldn't know. Yeah, I guess. That's just what you sign up for when getting one. Not like I had a choice. Not like I had a choice. I loathe this thing all along. But whether I like it or not doesn't matter. I'll never get rid of it, no matter how badly I want to. If I could, I would have gotten it removed long ago. Yeah. Sure would be great if that was possible. Sometimes I feel the same way, like things would be easier without Neuralink. I mean, it is. Just not, like, legally. What? That's the first I've heard of it. Well, that's the kind of shit you'll find on the darknet. Not safe at all. Can absolutely get you some real bad brain damage, but it's not as impossible as the corpse wants you to believe. Are you sure that's not some kind of scam? Won't they just try to take your organs or something? Illegal organ farming. Good point, I guess. Not like I ever met anyone who had theirs removed. It'd be worth a try, though. You're insane. You sure spend a lot of time in some dark corners of the net, huh? First this whole story about the truth game, and now this? Yeah, I guess so. She stays silent for a while before stepping towards the door. Well, this was a waste of time. She leaves the room, quietly muttering something to herself. Where are you going? The hall. Not like there are that many options. I see. Evelyn turns towards me. We both shrug and follow her. Outside, or at least as outside as it gets, Valerie is standing in front of the remaining locked door, placing her hand on the red button. That one doesn't open. Wow, thanks. I didn't figure that out yet. But why? What's the point of this door? Well, didn't it come up in your story at all? Ugh, it's not my story, and no, it doesn't go into that much detail. Well, maybe it will simply be opened later than the rest? It might even be the exit. I guess. Or it's a room from the original experiment that Null doesn't want us to access. Not like we can do much about it. Unless you want to try prying it open with a kitchen knife again. I hate to admit it, but you're probably right. She spins around towards the other end of the hall.
This door is much more interesting anyway. I wonder if we can trick it somehow.
But you already tried that, didn't you?
Sure, but I've been thinking about why it didn't work. It only closed once Oliver had entered, but it didn't close with me on the inside.
Yeah, it said unauthorized number of signals detected. What kind of signals?
What? The Neuralink signals. Duh. This is a Neuralink test site after all.
But then, how did it detect Oliver entering?
The exact same way? Are you a little slow in the head or something?
Would he... Oh. Right, you wouldn't know. Oliver doesn't have a Neuralink. He told us while you were sitting in the kitchen.
He doesn't? Guess that explains what he meant. When he said he can't check his logs, huh? Figures.
She spends a couple of seconds with quietly processing this new piece of info before giving me an annoyed look.
For fuck's sakes, you could have mentioned that sooner. Oh, for fuck's sakes, you could have mentioned that sooner.
Yeah, sorry.
But you're right. If that's true, how did the door detect him? Unless...
Perhaps it simply detects the timer he has been wearing around his wrist? I mean, that would explain it if there's something in the watch. Is there a Neuralink in the watch? Wouldn't really be a Neuralink if it's in the watch. Trying to think of... On top of telling him how much time he has left, it might also serve that purpose, right?
I guess so, yeah.
She doesn't look awfully convinced, but I think it makes enough sense, doesn't it? While we stand there, pondering whether there's any way to trick the system behind this door, and whether doing so would even help us to get out of here, the rumbling of the elevator returns. And with it, Null. This is the first chance Valerie gets to see him, and she glares at his face with the most damning of expressions.
Hello there. I hope you've been doing well so far. Though, to be more precise, I already know how well you've been doing, how much progress you've made, and that it wasn't much at all. Which doesn't come as much of a surprise, mind you. After all, you barely know anything about the remaining teams so far. I hope that the second visit from the Q team members will change that. But in order to motivate you a little further, I think I should use this opportunity to specify some of the rules. As some of you have already guessed, I am indeed monitoring everything you say. More precisely, I have direct access to the nanologs in this facility and can therefore read all of your conversations. Do keep that in mind from now on. That access allows me to ascertain when one of the ATs manages to figure out what I consider to be the truth about the secret member of the QT. Once that happens, that AT will be declared the winner. I don't care how long it takes you to reach that point. You can stay here for as long as you like, or as long as the supplies last you. Though I assume sleeping would be rather unpleasant for two of you in particular. Oh, how I pity them. As soon as one of the teams has reached the truth, however, the game will conclude immediately. The winners will be allowed to leave, together with their corresponding QT partner, and the secret participant, while the remaining participants will die.
I've been prepared for this. I knew he would say this, and he probably knew that we already knew he would say this. Still, it makes me question everything I've done up to this point once more. So far, I haven't done a single thing to help us get out of here. I've kept completely quiet. I haven't even mentioned knowing Amelia at all. But while I might not care whether I get out of this alive, I can't make that choice for these two, can I? These two and Oliver. Will my inaction lead to their deaths? I guess that's just the way I've always been. After all, I never told Sophie I knew Amelia either. That day, when she walked up to me, asking whether I'd seen her anywhere, whether I knew anything, no matter how insignificant it might seem, I told her, straight to her face, that I didn't. Never talked to her. Not talking about that was more important to me than potentially saving her. I've always prioritized my own comfort above how that could impact those around me. This is a terrible thing to do. Like, not talking, not admitting the truth, and not caring about how your things impact people. It's not great, chat. It's not great to do to yourself or to others. Could I have made a difference? Could she have been found if I opened up about everything I knew? No, I didn't know anything. Sure, I lied. I can't deny that. But I truly didn't have any hints towards where she could have been. We hadn't spoken in months. Years at that point. And it's the same thing now. Isn't it? Sure, I'm keeping info from them, but none of it is all that significant to begin with, right? Just let me escape for a little while longer. If not from this place, then at least from the truth. A familiar sound interrupts my train of thought, which means I missed stuff. We just stand there and watch as the door in front of us slowly slides open. And Oliver steps back into our hall, looking much more frustrated than before, understandably so. Welcome back. I hope you've been doing well, given the circumstances. She steps towards him, and they quietly look at each other for a while before he lets out a sigh. Yeah, guess so. Listen, you all heard what that dude just said. I think we've got lots to talk about. We quietly nod in unison. Despite that, we just keep standing around, unsure where to begin. Well... Before I forget, might I ask whether you had the chance to eat anything yet? We still have some leftovers, so... What an abrupt change of plans. Didn't we have lots to talk about? Sure, some good grub might just brighten my mood, eh? That would be nice indeed. Let's all head to the kitchen then. Then again, maybe she just thought it would be better to lighten the atmosphere a bit before trying to discuss any serious topics. And she might just be right. Evelyn walks ahead, with the rest of us following behind her. While making our way through the living room, however, Oliver stops dead in his tracks for some reason. What's up, old man? Already out of breath? No, what the hell happened to this place? I've been gone for 90 minutes and you wrecked the whole room? Huh? Oh. I guess we left more damage than we realized. AR is covering it up pretty well. We wanted to make sure that we weren't missing any kind of secret exit that might have potentially been hidden by AR. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything. Huh, I see. Damn. You could have just asked me instead of wasting all your energy on this, but oh well.
Yeah, we could have really done that, huh? It's true though, had I told them, oh my gosh, we wouldn't have had to punch everything because he's... Oh, shoot. She glares at me. How is this my fault? It's not like Evelyn said anything. Her eyes drift off, landing on something behind me. Right. While we're at it, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Oh? What is it? That file cabinet over there. Is it, well, a file cabinet? Or just some kind of textureless block of nothingness? Heh, funny that you'd mention that. We actually just talked about the same thing over in the QT.
Oh, really? Did you then did you try to open it as well?
Well, yeah. Actually, Amelia told us that she did open it before we returned. She said she found a photo inside. One of her and some guy she didn't recognize. Ooh. Wait, me? No, Oliver would have mentioned that. Was it... What was his name? Avery?
What did he look like?
We didn't actually get to see it for ourselves. She left it inside the drawer, and when we wanted to open it again, well, it didn't work anymore.
So, it was locked?
Seems that way.
Damn. I guess it could have been our photo after all.
Oh.
I mean, if he did get... If he... I mean, I guess it kind of is possible. There's so much, chat. There's so much. No, that's absurd. How would Noel have gotten his hand on something like that? Then again, would that really be the strangest thing about this situation? Oliver turns back towards Valerie.
To answer your question, yes, it's a real file cabinet. Theoretically, you should be able to open it. Practically, dunno. Didn't have any luck thus far. Damn, two oh-so-strong men, and that's the result? I don't get the feeling it's meant to be opened. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure whether to trust the girl's tale. She was pretty much out of it after waking up, so she might have just imagined it or something. Don't want to rule it out at least. If you say so.
She appears to remain skeptical, her eyes hovering over it once more.
Anyway, with y'all trying to seek a way out, I guess I should expect the rest of the rooms to look just as bad.
I would assume so, yes.
Alright then, guess I'll prepare for the worst.
And so, we enter the kitchen. Once more, Oliver's eyes hover over the room.
Huh. This one doesn't even look half bad. Ran out of steam or something?
Valerie glares at me. Again.
How is this? I mean, this is my fault, I guess, but you just...
just to make sure, are there any hidden exits or anything like that here? I realize how stupid of a question that is halfway through asking it.
Oh, now that you mention it, yeah, right here.
He points to the plants adorning the wooden structure on the wall. Oh, wait, really? He looks at me as if he's starting to seriously worry about the size of my brain. Yeah. Oh, that was... I see.
Come on, guys. If there was some sort of exit in this place, I'd have told you by now, wouldn't I? Or even if I didn't, I would have at least used it myself.
While laying bare the flaws in my logic, He wandered towards the fridge, now swinging it open to take a good look at what's inside. This looks great. You cooked this, Evelyn? Yes. Thank you very much. Do you want me to prepare a serving for you? I'm an adult. I know how to use a microwave. Just sit down, the bunch of you. I'll be right there. Feels like barely any time has passed since we last sat here. Another breather, although this time it feels like the calm before the storm. The last break before we find out what Oliver has to say, and through that, whether Valerie is going to share what she knows. And hey, even if I don't reveal anything myself, at least I can help when it comes to putting the pieces together, right? Adrienne, please, my character needs to tell what he knows, or maybe, I don't know, it's just this communication failure, the complete and utter failure here. Oh, come on, my dude. At least I can help when it comes to putting the pieces together, right? That's the least I can do, is what I tell myself. I just don't want to bear the guilt of being selfish, huh? I don't want them to think of me as useless, then stop being useless. Talk to them. Communicate. Figure things out. My dude. That's all this is about. I don't truly care what happens to them, do I? Oliver places an empty glass in front of me. Huh? Oh. He's pouring us water one by one. At least I assume that was the intention. With how much he spilled, he might as well have wanted to water the table, though. Didn't take him to be the clumsy type. Damn, you blind or something? Shit. Guess my eyes aren't really what they used to be, haha. I'll get something to... You just sit, I'll take care of it. He opens a drawer, taking out a rag to wipe the table with, swiftly soaking up the water while we hold up our glasses. Evelyn sighs, the microwave beeps. Just in time. He takes out his warmed up meal and finally sits down as well, beginning to eat. Ooh boy, this is just what I needed. Good stuff. It seems he was right. It really did brighten his mood, huh? Though, I'm not sure how much the food had to do with it. The air has grown much less tense. The strangers feel a lot less strange. So, right. He swallows. I guess I should get this out of the way. He takes another bite, carefully considering how to phrase what he's about to say. The thing is, and I know this sounds like a total cop-out, but her memory's still gone. Mostly. So, can't really answer your question, unless you want me to guess. Nah, it's fine. Let's be real. I never had a good reason to stay quiet to begin with, so it's whatever. What she's actually trying to say is, that was the correct answer. Huh? What do you mean? Well, it doesn't really matter. We'll get into that. For now, just, eat up and tell us what else you found out. She seems unusually flustered, still postponing it, huh? To be fair, I don't really care right now. I'm equally curious to hear what Oliver has to bring to the table. You mentioned that her memory is mostly still gone, right? Implying that... Where's the log? Am I missing... Okay. So then I went deep into thought, and here's some chat log. Or, well, just log of conversation. Come on, guys. Was there some sort of exit in this place that would have told... No, never mind. I did that part. sit down, the bunch of you. I'll be right there. Oh yeah, it looks like Null didn't spare any expenses when it came to drinks either. Got us some water. Carbonated water. Crazy. Well, I'm gonna grab a glass. Anyone else want some? Oh, that would be quite kind. Sure. Adrian, too, while you're at it. Ha! If you say so, here. You go. And that's where I came back to. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, I'll just overwrite. There's no reason to have a bunch of saves. Ah, yeah, of course. I was gonna talk about that. Don't worry. So yeah, she did remember some things. Well, more accurately, someone. My heart stops for what feels like a year. All the blood in my body rushes straight to my head. I'm waiting for Oliver to turn towards me and continue with... Adrian, is there anything you want to tell us? I shake my head. He didn't say that. He didn't even turn towards me. Instead... Someone from the other answer team, then? I asked before my mind even had a chance to catch up. Why? Right. Well... Right. Just like Valerie over here. Someone on their side knew about Amelia as well. Maybe because I feel like I already know who that person is. Though she wasn't quite as secretive about how they knew each other, haha. Because while I tried not to think about it, I felt like it would only make sense for her to be here as well. Her. Oh. Which her is the one that I can't get out of my brain? What? Okay. Apparently, she's her girlfriend. Named Sophie. Sophie? Sophie? Sophie's been brought up before. This changes everything. And nothing. And everything. And nothing. And... I can't believe how worried I was about killing these glorified strangers by not cooperating with them. So what? Does that make me a bad person? It's not like I'm the one who's killing them, like I'm responsible for trapping them in here. No, much worse if I did help them, and if my input helped us win, then I would actively kill people on the opposing team. This is no different from basically a trolley problem. Doing nothing might kill 4 people. Doing something might kill 4 other people instead. But one of those other people is Sophie. No, it's not as simple as 4 equals 4. It's 3A equals 3 plus S. Huh? Or, to simplify it, A equals S. But are A and S truly equal? What? That is the question I need to consider. Which of our lives has more value? Where? Wow. Is there log from when I... My, what a cruel reunion this is. Sure is. Did you know her as well? Huh? Me? I know. I'm just thinking about how much of a head start they've got with someone like that on their team. Well, I guess I can't deny that. So, go on then. that's not all, is it? No. Looking around, Oliver seems to be deep in thought, wondering how to proceed. Sophie had something else to share. Something that might actually be even more interesting than her knowing Amelia. She remembered what happened to her before she ended up here quite well, unlike the rest of us. Huh? But how can that be? Did Null make a mistake?
Can we really believe that? You sure she's not just making that up for some reason?
But why would she do that?
I don't know. To make us fuck up, maybe? Throw in some red herrings here and there to keep us from winning this? I get where you're coming from. But in all honesty, the more Nathan told us about her version of events, the clearer my memory became as well.
Is that so? In that case, it might help us remember the same way.
I'm not too sure about that, 'cause... well, it's worth a try, I suppose.
He pauses for a moment, furrowing his brows before he starts his retelling of what Nathan told him about what Sophie had remembered, straight from the source.
She said it was the 20th of August, same as the last day I remembered.
He already told me that much, so then...
Well, and just like me, she made her way to the Neuralink Center in A3. Like I said, I plan to finally get my implant, but she went there for a completely different reason. She was on her way to meet up with Amelia's father, Professor Jacob Neiman. Neiman. Professor Jacob Neiman. We're just gonna say it's that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just trying. That's the place he worked at. Nathan confirmed as much.
Her father? But why? Did she go alone?
Valerie looks confused in response to my question, which did admittedly come out of nowhere. Well, actually, Nathan did mention that she vaguely remembered someone being with her, but the details have escaped her mind, for now.
I see.
She couldn't yet remember why they planned to meet in the first place either, though I guess it's pretty likely that it's related to Amelia somehow, huh?
It has to be. So, her father really is Professor Neiman? I did not expect this to be related to him.
Huh? You know the guy?
Well, that might be an overstatement. I have already mentioned it while you weren't here, but I work for Neuralink. I doubt there is anyone working in this field who has never heard of him before. I have never personally met him, however. Whenever I happened to be stationed at his center, he always stayed locked up in his laboratory all day. From what I heard, that is hardly uncommon for him these past few years. Yeah, we never managed to get a hold of him. Ever since Amelia disappeared, he simply shut himself off from the outside world. Though, from everything Amelia told me, it's not like he left his lab particularly often before then either.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
Alright, so what's next?
Well, they sat down in the rating room with a bunch of other folks. One of them's on her team, recognized him right away. Eric's his name. Doesn't seem to know anything about any of this either.
I wonder, is he hiding something too, just like me?
Apart from that, there's some other people in the room, but she isn't able to recall any particulars about them. Guess those must have been the rest of us, huh?
Guess so. Though I have no idea why I would have been there. Well, there's one more person she recognized. Or, well, kinda. When she first woke up, she was strangely sure about having already seen the third member of her team as well. However, it turned out to be nothing more than a mix-up. Would have been a crazy coincidence if it wasn't, too, because she was very sure about the person's name being Evelyn. Oh, Evelyn's twin must be over there. Oh, goodness. Was that person's actual name, by any chance, Elizabeth? He nods. I guess we were right on the money then. We already assumed as much, discussing it over in the QT. You two are twins, eh? She nods. I nod, to myself, for no particular reason. That Null really is a cruel bastard. Evelyn's situation isn't all that different from my own. We can't save ourselves without sacrificing someone close to us. Great. So, what's next? We were there, now we're here. What happened? Well, that's the part that both of us remembered rather clearly. Though, in all honesty, it's not all that spectacular. The lights turned off, white smoke filled the waiting room, and we all started dropping to the floor, one after another. That's all. Didn't even get to see any of those responsible for it. Not that it'd help us. Not sure what I expected. Sure, I guess that's the simplest method for knocking out a group of people and without getting your hands dirty too. But... Yeah, sorry, doesn't jog my memory. That... Yes, that's the same way for me, I'm sorry to admit. I wonder why she was able to recall so much. Well, I got my theory. There's one thing the two of them have in common. I wonder why they haven't thought of this sooner. And you really remember hearing stuff after her story, huh? Yes. Though it's still much more of a haze than it seems to be for that girl. I guess age is simplicity. I guess age is simply catching up with me, haha. Oh yeah, sure, 'cause we're so old, right? Come on, who are you kidding? Ha! No, sorry. I wasn't really considering any of you. There was something else I forgot to mention. One trait that the girl and I share, which is why we probably remember more than y'all. Any idea what that could be? An awkward silence fills the room, and everyone just waits for him to continue, but he doesn't. Instead, he looks around at our faces, waiting for someone to speak up, but nobody does. Like in a seminar that nobody actually wanted to attend. You really want someone to guess that badly, huh? Alright, I'll bite. Does she... maybe not have a neural link either? Exactly! Well, how did I guess? Well, keep in mind that I don't know whether that's the actual reason. But with the two of us being the only ones without one here, and clearly remembering that at least some of the things that happened right before this, it's a fair assumption to make, isn't it? Yeah, I guess that checks out. Especially since we already knew he clearly tampered with our implants, deleting our log and all. But is that really something you can just do? Delete someone's memories via Neuralink? Well, not under normal circumstances at least. Not very reassuring. And under abnormal circumstances? Let's just say it isn't impossible. But it isn't something that can be done without very specific pieces of equipment that only Neuralink centers should have access to. Precisely where this all started, huh? Seems to fit the bill if you ask me. let's not forget that this place is either not out of the question. Let's not forget what this place is either. Not out of the question for something like that to still be around here. You might be right about that, but then the matter of qualification arises. It's not like most people would know how to use this kind of technology, you see? Duh. I mean, wasn't a secret that Null knew more than your average Joe about this stuff. Or you want to tell me that anyone could have just went and deleted my log whenever they felt like it? No, of course not. Are you sure Null himself was actually responsible for that, though? He managed to infiltrate the center after all, kidnapping a bunch of people. How can we be sure that he didn't hold some scientists at gunpoint, forcing them to do this stuff? Yes, that sounds like something a person like him could accomplish. Oliver gets up from his chair, picking up his long empty plate to put it away. Either way, that's all the relevant stuff I can share with you for now. At least as far as I can remember. Can't check my log, you know? Don't worry, that was plenty. How unusually kind of her. Okay. I'm just glad neither of them has mentioned me. I'm not sure how I could have talked my way out of that one. Not that it can't still end up happening, but that's a problem for future me. I'll figure out a good excuse by then. After a short pause, through which nothing but the clattering of dishes remained to be heard, Valerie finally sighs and gets up as well. Guess it's my turn now, isn't it? Wanna head back to the living room? You sure? Really trust me enough now, despite not really fulfilling your request at all? Evelyn already told you, didn't she? That was the right answer. I didn't expect her to know who I am. You were spot on. I thought it was weird when she first said it, but now that I know for sure that Amelia didn't show any reaction towards hearing my name, I guess it would be a stretch to say I can't relate. Okay, well, I'll guess we'll get into that. Then, wanna head to the living room again? Sure, let's do that. And we do just that. Whew. Sorry about that, chat. Everyone sits down and Valerie gathers her thoughts. Chat, I'm probably gonna end this at about 12:30, so in about 13 more minutes, because at that point we'll be at the 4-hour mark. And I am super eepy, so we will definitely have to come back to this and finish it soon. But let's play through a little bit more before we wrap up for the night. With anticipation filling the air, she speaks up. Before I ever spoke to Amelia, I actually met her parents. Well, met is not really the right word. It's not like I really saw them, or perceived them. Or perceived them, at least. Just like all the other people you meet on a daily basis, just walking down the street or sitting in a restaurant. You see them being there, but since you don't attach any particular meaning to them being there, you wouldn't remember who those people were, or what they looked like. That's what it was like. Just that, despite not having interacted with them in any way, I clearly remember the fact that they were there, in a parking lot of some small town outside the zones. That's because I know that my mother and I, were walking past their car just as they were getting in, and it blew up. It what? Oh, that's what this is about. She was involved in all that? It blew up? Stuff like that happens outside the zones. Not that it's nearly as common as some like to claim, but yeah. I guess stuff like that does happen. It clearly did. There have been a bunch of rumors and theories flying around. Some suspecting it was an assassination attempt on her father or something. But personally, I don't really give a shit. The only thing I care about is the fact that I was hospitalized for months afterwards. Standing so close to the explosion, my body was a mess. I've been through more surgeries than I can count. Large portions of my body were replaced by artificial limbs. Must have been an expensive procedure, eh? Not like the corpse would bat an eye at stuff like that happening outside of their precious zones. True, I guess I shouldn't complain. Truth is, my father could have never afforded it. Amelia's father paid for the whole thing, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Almost getting some kid killed. Who'd want that on the back of their mind? Well, I'm glad it ended up so well. Medical science has come a long way, hasn't it? You can say that again. Would have never even noticed she had any surgery to begin with, much less that any of her limbs were artificial. Well, yeah, it's nothing anyone would notice. Even I don't notice any difference between my real and fake parts. The way they move and feel is pretty much identical. Just wish I didn't have to get a Neuralink to use them. She sighs. I see. Well, I'm sure you couldn't care less about all this. It's whatever. Point is, I was spending a lot of time lying around. My father barely ever took time out of his busy schedule to visit me. But someone else did. Amelia. Both her parents were heavily injured, especially her mother. She ended up in an even more severe condition. Both her parents were heavily injured, especially her mother. She ended up in an even more severe condition than I did. And so, Amelia came to visit her pretty regularly, and at some point, she started stopping by my room as well. I was barely 7 years old, just started going to school. She was already 12, practically an adult to me. An adult who actually listened to me, who I believe understood how I felt, at least somewhat. She was the only piece of hope I have, while I never knew whether I would survive another day. Whether I even wanted to, with how much my body was being torn apart. Win all ships of thesis on her. All the doctors always tried to calm me down, but I never trusted anything they said. They just repeated the same empty words of consolation, wanted to make me shut up. But when Amelia told me that everything would be okay, I believed her right away. Wow. That I was more than my body. That's all it really took. Dumb, isn't it? But that's what I believed. Saved me. That's why I never forgot about her. Valerie is still managing to keep a straight face. But it definitely feels as though she could burst into tears at any moment. Shoot, I wouldn't blame her if she burst into tears. Wow. Even the music. Ooh. At least that's how I see it. She stays quiet for a moment, regaining her composure. I'm terribly sorry to hear all that. I can only imagine how... Yeah, can we please skip that?
Just go straight to what you want to ask.
Of course, sorry. In all honesty, I don't quite understand why you expected she wouldn't remember you. Maybe you didn't have quite as much of an impact on her life as she did yours, but she still took the time to visit you during such a formative part of her youth. I would argue that it wouldn't have been strange for her to remember something like that at all.
True, it would have been, and honestly, she might still remember if you asked her about what I just told you. That was never my point. My point was that she wouldn't recognize my name because she simply doesn't know my name is Valerie.
You never told her your name? Wait. Oh. You never told her your name? But wait, wouldn't she have had to know it in order to find the room you were staying?
Let's leave it at that. Whatever she might still remember about that time, she would have remembered it after being told about someone called Valerie.
She sighs.
Well, as you can see, I was right about that much. Can't deny that.
Nobody says anything for a while. Is that all? She really wants to pretend that this is the whole story? It doesn't match up at all. I can't just let her leave it at that, can I? So,
Alright, you're still here.
Sometimes I forget that fact myself.
Yeah, just to get this straight. That's the only period of time you met with him. Oh, sorry, I read the same.
Yeah, just to get this straight, that's the only period of time in which you met with Amelia?
Obviously, I meant if we kept seeing each other, she would have probably known my name, right? So yeah, she must have kept visiting me whenever she came to see her mom. Her mother, So yeah, she just kept visiting me whenever she came over to see her mother. Until she didn't anymore. Because her mother was no longer there. Just goes to show how much I meant to her, huh?
She picked her words very carefully there. I don't get the feeling that she's lying about anything in particular, but she's definitely still hiding something. I know, because I know how this story ends. Amelia told me about it. Sophie did too. I know what happened to her mother, and she has to know too. And that's not the only thing she has to know. There's more that she's trying to keep secret for some reason. I wonder why. I need to keep digging.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not blaming her for that. I'm not blaming anyone for anything. I don't think she's a bad person for not wanting to keep in touch with some random child in a hospital. I'm just saying that's why I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't end up remembering me at all. I don't even have any way to know whether she ever wanted to come and see me in the first place, or whether her father just asked her to do so, feeling guilty about what happened to me. Thinking it's the right thing to do, while not even having the courage to do it himself.
So, did her mother ever visit you? At least when she got discharged? She shoots me an annoyed glance, clearly not wanting to talk about it. But she can't hide any longer, unless she wants to finally start lying for real. No, she didn't. She might have. But she never actually got discharged. Still dancing around it, though there's no more room left for interpretation. Oh, you mean... Yes. I don't even need to finish my question. Everyone knows already. Downcast faces surround me, and I try my best to blend in. How envious I am of them, not having to act. Was this helpful? Did I manage to reveal something about Amelia? Despite meeting her parents first, they are the ones I recall the least of. It was only Amelia who just never managed to escape my mind. Meanwhile, she just went on with her life. Together with her father, who survived with scars all over his body. Didn't even bother to get them removed, a reminder of what happened to his wife or whatever. Boo fucking who. And I mean, it's not like I blame her. After what happened, she was probably busy crying her eyes out for weeks, or whatever normal children do when they lose their mother. Wait, you mean... Yes, genius! My mother also died in that explosion! Right away, before the ambulance even arrived on the scene. Stood in between me and the car, probably shielded me from the worst. While forcing out those last words, I swear I can see glimpses of tears welling up in her eyes, though she swiftly wipes them away. Aww. Chad, I feel really bad for her at that. Is this my fault? Well, happy now? Is that what you wanted to hear? I didn't know discussing our families was what we're here for. You're right, sorry. A slight feeling of guilt begins to fill my chest. Rightfully so? Have I been overthinking this again? Is this the reason why she didn't mention what happened to Amelia's mother? She didn't think it would be necessary to discuss this. Would have rather avoided digging up any more of her own painful memories. I might just be an asshole at this point. Maybe I've always been. No, she's still hiding more. I know she is. And it's not irrelevant, and she knows it isn't. She still pretends to never have met Amelia again after what happened at the hospital. But that can't be true. Her reaction to first hearing about her being here is proof of that. There's still something I don't understand, though. Sounds like a you problem. I ignore her remark. If you neither met her nor her father again, then how do you know about what happened to her mother? Or about her father and his scars? Why do you care so much? What is it you really want to hear, huh? Come on, just say it! What's her deal? I'm not sure what you want me to say. She jumps from the sofa and lunges towards me. Whoa, girl, chill. Wow. Whoa there, calm down. Oh, I'm calm, all right. Whoa, shit. She stretches out her arm and grabs me by the neck, holding me in place with ease. What do you want from me? Stop bullshitting me. I just want you to tell me what you know, which is clearly more than you're letting on. Isn't that right? You're one to talk. Still enough energy to be smug about this, huh? Her grip tightens. Fucking hell, that arm's mechanical, isn't it? This is no joke. I can't breathe. Please, Mallory, stop! There's no need for this!
Don't worry. I will once he talks.
I'm still unsure how much she knows. She clearly figured something out, but I can't just lay it all bare just yet. Why are you hiding that you met Amelia after? It's getting harder to speak.
I'm not, because I didn't. We never met again.
Is she really speaking the truth? No.
The real question is, why are you hiding that you knew Amelia?
She knows? No, this is just a bluff.
Or, to be more specific, that you knew Sophie.
What? How? That makes even less sense. Did she know Sophie as well? No. I see Oliver standing behind her. I can't think anymore. My consciousness fades. It's gone. I'm gone.
Holy shit. Adrian, you fucked up so hard right there, my dude. What the hell? Wow.
Just dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Is that it? I'm here. Somewhere. A room dimly lit. A face. Somewhere between no one and everyone. Empty. It opens their mouth and shapes her tongue into sounds. Sorry, what? The tall and short woman standing or sitting at the other end of the room repeats the movement of her lips, but the sound still won't reach. Whoa! This part's creepy. Wow, wow. Okay. Oh wow, chat. Sorry, what? Again. The room becomes brighter, and the formless faces surrounding me turn towards me. A classroom or a lecture hall, or both, or neither, and students with ages fluctuating between 7 and 23. The man in front of me seems to be waiting for some kind of answer to some kind of question consisting of some kind of words. Sorry, what? He repeats again. Yes, I agree, is what I settle with. Worked well enough, and the room blurs into our living room I've never been to before. My parents, resembling my parents, sit at the other end of the table, watching me. I pick up a large pen with my regular-sized hand. I pick up the regular-sized pen with my tiny hands and begin looking at the printouts in front of me, filled with shapes attempting to look like letters, pretending to form words or numbers, making up formulas or both, and I write nothing as fast as I can until I'm done, and look at my mother crying and my father leaving the room and my mother silently screaming at me. Concentrate. Why can't you just focus and work and function like a normal human being, you? I look back at the empty pages in front of me where the regular-sized pen is in my regular-sized hand. They're empty and remain empty, and I don't even remember what I was supposed to write. I look up at the wall in front of my desk. I've been sitting here for 2 weeks and still haven't written a single letter. Who the hell still writes letters anyway? I step away from the computer and close the door behind me when leaving the house and walk down the street towards the station to take the train to Sophie's house, but there are no trains and I can't even find the station, and at some point I just stand in front of her house. Neat. The door swings open and Sophie is there and gives me a hug and says, "Hi, I'm so glad you could make it." And I say yes. So we walk further in and she hands me a guitar, and I walk up the stairs leading to the second floor and sit down on the chair, and the room becomes brighter and the formless faces surrounding me turn towards me. A stage in a bar or at a festival, or both or neither, and the guests with ages fluctuating between 23. For some reason they expect something to happen, and I remember how I sat at my desk for 2 weeks without coming up with a single line to sing because I'm a failure as a lyricist, almost as much as I'm a failure as a musician, almost as much as I'm a failure as a student, almost as much as I'm a failure as a son. Not being able to bear the silence any longer, my hands begin to move towards random strings forming chords I never knew, and I begin to play and I sing. My voice echoes through the room, and with the grace befitting someone that is not me, and I feel the pain welling up inside my chest because I realize that a hand grabs me from behind and pulls me behind the curtain and looks straight at me. Not the hand, the person the hand belongs to. The prettiest person Sophie has ever seen. That she will ever see. She opens her mouth and shapes her tongue into sounds. Sorry, what? She repeats, sorry, what? Again. Yes, I agree, is what I settle with. Worked well enough, and she pushes me down onto the sofa, and her smooth angelic skin meets with my rough, disgusting body, and she sits down on me, and I'm glad to finally be of use to someone. Because I can't talk, and I can't write, and I can't listen, and I can't sing, and I can't focus, and I can't be interesting or play the guitar or talk, but I can exist and be a body, and that's all I ever wanted. And I lay here and look over at the guitar that's still standing in the corner of the room, mocking me for giving up so easily, and reminding me that this sofa is the floor, and that this is a living room, and that I'm awake. Oh, wow. That was intense. That was intense. That was intense. Oh, what the hell? You knew Sophie. Let go of him right this instant. Ugh, fuck. Adrian, you alright? He appears to have lost consciousness. He shouldn't stay this way for long. It could have gotten dangerous had you not stepped in. However, I'm glad you did. God damn, what the hell were you thinking, Valerie? Nothing, really. What do you mean, nothing? Were you trying to kill the guy or something? Those artificial arms are no laughing matter. No, I wouldn't have. I would have let him down eventually. Eventually, yeah. How much more unconscious did you want him to be before that, huh? I mean, You're insane. How do you even figure out he's hiding anything in the first place? There's been a bunch of little things he said that seemed strange to me. Not really one thing in particular. Go on. For example, when he heard that Sophie went to the Neuralink Center to meet with Amelia's father, the first thing he asked was whether she went alone. Why would he ask something like that? Probably because he thought that he might have been the one to tag along. That also explains why, out of all of us, he's the one to guess that Sophie didn't have a Neuralink. Sure, might have been a lucky guess. Nope, sure, might have been a lucky guess, right? But when someone barely says anything the entire time, but every single thing he does say is absolutely spot on, it makes you wonder. Everything, huh? So he was right about you having seen Amelia again after being discharged then? Seems like Adrian wasn't alone in keeping some stuff hidden. Hypocrite much, eh? I wasn't... Come on now, there's no need to interrogate her like that. I'm sure she had a reason. Yeah? Like for almost killing Adria? I didn't... This is a difficult situation for all of us. I don't condemn her for overreacting. Damn, no need to coddle her like that. She's an adult. She can be held responsible for her actions, you know? Of course. that doesn't mean it will help us going forward. So Valerie, don't you want to tell us calmly whether there's anything else you know about Amelia? You said earlier that if you had kept in touch with her, it would have only been natural for her to know your name, right? I agree. Then why didn't she? It isn't as simple as Oliver is making it out to be, is it? Ah, so no, I'm the bad guy, huh? It's... all right. Oliver, you're right. I've still been hiding things as well. Well, obviously, out with it then. Just shut up for a second, all right? Evelyn, can we talk in private? Still don't trust me after all, huh? Chill. This isn't about you. I just want to discuss some stuff before sharing it all with Adrian. Okay, so what does it have to do with me? His Neuralink is picking all of this up, dipshit. You can stick with him while we leave to talk, alright? Oh, is that so? He can check this all later? Damn! His condition is stable enough to leave him alone with this dude, right? Of course. He should wake up eventually without any further care being necessary. Alright, I'll look after him. Thank you. If anything happens, feel free to call for me. Sure thing. Let's go then. Women, am I right? Haha, yeah. So, you can really read through everything we just said, huh? Damn. Never thought I'd have to consider my words in a room with no one except some unconscious kid, but here I am. Well, just so you know, as much as Evelyn believes that Valerie surely had some kind of reason to hide some of the things she knew, I'm sure you have your reasons too. So, I don't judge you for not sharing whatever your connection to Amelia is, or Sophie. But please, consider talking to us. Hell, just the two girls if you'd prefer that. Just don't try to solve this by yourself, alright? If you do that, I promise not to let anything happen to you. Any of you. We'll get out of here alive, together. Damn, what a promise to make. Still, I believe I can make that happen. That's all. I'm done. Get it conscious soon. Though I guess you already are, once you get to read this. Okay, I'll shut up now. Okay, so sorry, I went a little bit longer than anticipated, but it got really intense and interesting there. And honestly, I would love to continue, but I'm awake. Let's save here. Let's save there. With my eyes wide open, I keep staring at the wooden instrument in front of me. Okay, so chat, it is 12:46 in the morning, and we have gone on for over 4 hours now, and I barely got any sleep, so I really do need to go to sleep. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. This game again was called Anamnesia. There is still more to go, and as far as I know, this is only part 1, which means I think eventually there will be more to play. I'll do a stream sometime soon where we pick up where we've left off and finish from there. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get you on out of here. Xander, thank you so much for coming to watch and hang out with me for so much of tonight. I'm really glad that you finally got to come to a stream. And thank you, of course, to everyone else who also showed up tonight and hung out, and everybody who watches the VOD later. I hope you all have a fantastic night. Have a great night, Xander and Cadmia and anyone else who might be watching. Good night to all of you. Bye-bye. See you on Friday.